Chapter 545. Even when he left the Eudora family's underground area, Emlyn White was still in a daze. He couldn't believe that he had received the £7,000 so easily. The draft in his hand felt light and weightless, but it made him realize the absurdity of reality. The hanging man's method really worked. Lord Nibs didn't expose me or punish me. Instead, he gave me a generous reward. And all this was to feign ignorance and encourage me to continue experimenting so as to observe in secret. Are the thoughts of the sanguine that complicated? Emlyn sighed as he fell into a daze. Soon, he reined in his wandering thoughts and turned his attention back to the £7,000 reward. With this, I can buy the Baron's relics from the hanging man and concoct them into a potion. I'm about to become a Baron, sanguine Baron Emlyn White. Emlyn's eyes lit up as his footsteps sped up. Within the sanguine, without the bestowment of a senior or the corresponding ritual, the level one was born at would be fixed at that level. It was almost impossible for one to advance through time. As for the sanguine who were about the same age as Emlyn, apart from the extremely lucky ones whose ancestors were nearing the end of their lifespans and had no choice but to bestow power to their descendants through a ritual, most of them were still stuck in the concept of adulthood. It was impossible for them to obtain the title of Baron in the next few decades. Emlyn's father and mother had lived for so many years, but up to now, they still hadn't become a Baron. They didn't even see any hope. When he walked out the door, Emlyn couldn't help but glance at Cosme-Eudora. This old sanguine who was active during Roselle's era is only a Baron now, and I'm about to reach this level. One day, I'll become a sanguine marquis like Lord Nibs. No, a duke, or even a prince. Only then can I shoulder the responsibility of being the savior of the sanguine. Yes, the Baron's relics are only about £4,000. There's still quite a bit of money left. I can buy a few more dolls and get them some new clothes. Emlyn subconsciously straightened his back as he walked in high spirit. City of Silver, Berg household. Derek lit the candles and prepared for the sacrificial ritual. After the frequency of the lightning alternated several times, he finally got his chance. He was very sure that the chief couldn't keep an eye on him at that moment. This was because he had left the City of Silver with Jack, who had recovered from his injuries, and an exploratory team. They were searching for the route that the other party had taken from the so-called seaside to the destroyed city-state. It didn't take long for Derek to set up everything. He devoutly and solemnly chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name. He very skillfully and methodically sacrificed the spirit-eater stomach pouch that Miss Magicians needed, as well as the beyonder ingredients that Mr. the hanging man had specified, to the ruler above the grey fog. There were many gaps on the solid city walls of the City of Silver, but they were filled with black and hard soil. There were clumps of fine weeds growing on them, swaying gently in the wind like human hair. Suddenly, they all rose up, as if they wanted to catch something, but they fell back down without any strength. Early morning, Church of Waves. Alger Wilson, who had come to collect the bounty, heard a rather important piece of news from the diocesan bishop, Chogo. Letitia Dolera of the Moses Ascetic Order had used her identity as an archaeologist to enter the depths of Simeem Island's jungle. It was unknown what she had done, but it had caused sea god Cavituous, who had been in hiding for many years, to be on the verge of collapsing. It was frantically searching for an opportunity to continue its existence. Rumor has it that this evil spirit that calls itself Sea God was defeated by 2 cardinal bishops and military powerhouses after it was discovered in the Rorstad archipelago a long time ago. It could only barely escape and hide. This situation has lasted for more than 100 years without any fundamental changes. Why is it suddenly on the verge of collapsing and unable to maintain its existence? Alger frowned slightly, thinking about what had happened recently that was different from the past. A situation deliberately created by the Moses Ascetic Order? But why didn't they do so in the past 100 years? In order to cooperate with their other plans? Amidst his speculation and puzzlement, Alger suddenly realized an important factor. The most fundamental difference between the past 100 years and the past 100 years was, the world had come to Byam. Mr. Fool's Blessed had come to the Rörsted archipelago. Wherever he appeared, it meant that something major was about to happen or brew. Previously there was the great smog of Bakeland. In the middle there was the anomaly in Bansi Harbor. Now, their sea god Cavituous's near-death struggle and the unknown plot of the Moses ascetic order. No, to be more precise, Mr. Fool's Blessed would appear wherever something major was brewing or about to happen. They had accepted Mr. Fool's arrangements and were pursuing the secret organizations and the activities of the evil gods and angels. With a change of thought, Alger was suddenly enlightened, feeling that he had grasped the truth. It wasn't that something would happen wherever the world went, but that wherever something was about to happen, the world and the other blessed would appear. What benefits does this have for Mr. Fool? Is it purely to destroy the enemy's plot, or is it beneficial for him, to remove the seal and reveal more power? Alger held back his puzzlement and decided to seize this opportunity to submit a certain piece of information he had previously received. He clenched his right fist and pressed it against his left chest. With a hesitant expression, he said, "Your Excellency, while I was tracking down the remnants of steel, I heard some news." What? Chogo had originally planned on arranging for this bishop-level captain to search for traces of the resistance at sea, but he was forcefully interrupted. He was momentarily vexed. Alger recalled and said, "Someone mentioned Bansi Harbor in the chat. Someone mentioned Bansi Harbor in the chat, saying that something happened there, but the descendants of the Medici family hid themselves well and weren't discovered." Bansi Harbor, something happened. Chogo took a step forward and pressed. "What else did they say?" "They said that the church had a bishop who had fallen there, but nothing else." "Your Excellency, is the Medici family a darkness family from the fourth epoch?" Alger deliberately asked. Chogo's expression sank. "That's not something you should know. I will report to His Excellency Kotman immediately." This referred to the Cardinal Bishop of the Church of the Storm, the Archbishop of the Rörsted Sea, and the true ruler of the extraordinary world of the archipelago, John Kotman. Chogo thought for a moment, then asked, "Who was the one who mentioned this? What does he look like?" Alger was prepared. "I don't know them, and they didn't appear again after that. I remember that the person who mentioned Bansi Harbor and the Medici family was an ordinary-looking young man. He had a thin face, a wide forehead, black eyes, black hair, and wore a monocle. He seemed to notice that I was eavesdropping, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled at me." Alger was describing blasphemer Amon. He wanted the cardinals to believe that the exposure of the secret between the Medici family and Bansi Harbor stemmed from a battle between kings of angels. This is really a very suitable target for a reason. He won't come out to defend himself, and even if he does, no one will believe him. And divination on him clearly won't have any effect. If I use Beyonder means to confirm the source of my information, there will be strong signs of interference because it involves Mr. Fool, preventing me from obtaining an accurate answer. From the looks of it, it's equivalent to what Amon did." Alger thought in relief. Chogo nodded gently. "Find these people and track down the whereabouts of the resistance." "Yes, Your Excellency," Alger replied with a pious look as he punched his left chest with his right fist. Dark clouds gathered high in the sky, and the sky was extremely dark. Heavy rain poured down, splashing white mist as it dripped to the ground. In Byam Harbor, the blue seawater slowly but surely rose. Cargo ships and passenger ships swayed like leaves floating in midair. The rain didn't stop, and the sea level gradually approached the embankment. There were many spots in the city, and the environment was abnormally oppressive. Zealous and numb locals, dressed in taraba shirts and tattered jackets, came to the edge of the cliff or the embankment one after another and jumped into the sea. Their flesh and skin rapidly lost their moisture, and when they fell into the sea, they had already turned into long-weathered corpses. A group of people cried as they hugged a Navy soldier who had walked out of the base. They angrily and sadly bit him to death with their teeth, leaving a mangled mess of flesh and blood. The streets were in chaos. Splash! Boom! The embankment collapsed, and the rising seawater surged into Byam City. Klein woke up, and his mind was filled with the scene from his dream. To a seer, this was a very obvious revelation. The sea god, Cavituous, couldn't find a way to survive. Completely gave up and went completely crazy. It wants to create a storm, set off a tsunami, and drown the entire Rørsted archipelago, dragging countless people to die with it? And at the same time, its believers are also doing all kinds of extreme things. I've already informed the Church of the Storm. They should be able to stop it in time. No, even if I didn't inform them, they would still be able to sense the problem and deal with it. Klein got out of bed, put on his clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. He saw blazing Donnas standing by the window, looking out. He saw the clouds were low, and the rain was continuous, as if it would never end. Are there signs? Klein walked to Donna's side and also looked at the oppressive weather outside. He could vaguely hear the abnormal sound of the tide. In the silence, an explosive thunder suddenly sounded in the air. The leaden clouds quickly split open, and the falling rain lost its backup. Everything returned to normal in the direction of the pier. The first rays of the morning sun shone down from the sky, and Byam seemed to be bathed in holy light. Danitz hissed and muttered to himself, "That's right. John Cotman changed the weather. John Cotman, the cardinal of the Church of the Storm? He suppressed the power of Cavituous?" Klein retracted his gaze thoughtfully. Donnas heaved a sigh of relief. "I was quite worried just now. I was afraid that sea god, who was about to collapse, would cause a disaster. But John Cotman is here." Seeing that German Sparrow didn't say anything, he added, "If we were at sea, even the King of the Five Seas and Queen Mystic wouldn't be able to defeat him." Captain said that he's a Sequence 3 demigod, and the potion's name it's the Sea King. Please remember the domain name of this book. Jiutian Shenhuang Mobile Version. Chapter 546. Sea King. Upon hearing John Cotman's sequence name, the first thing that came to Klein's mind was the complete honorific name of the Lord of Storms. King of the Air, Emperor of the Seas, Monarch of Calamity, God of Storms. Sequence 3 is Sea King. Sequence 0 contains the elements of Sea King, so it's quite corresponding. I wonder what the Sequence 0 of the Storm Pathway is called. Klein looked out the window again and saw that although the weather was still gloomy, dawn had already set. The tides had receded, and the rain had completely stopped. He pulled back his thoughts and analyzed the situation from the information Donnas had revealed. The potion's name is Sea King, which also means that the corresponding Sequence 3, demigod or saint, has to act as Sea King. And all acting has a prerequisite. One has to have all the required abilities. As a Sea King, even if there's a range restriction, he's definitely a powerful ruler in the waters he controls. He can walk freely at the bottom of the sea, stir up tsunamis as he pleases, raise the seawater, and dominate marine life. In their home ground, they're definitely able to suppress all demigods at the same level. The King of the Five Seas and Queen Mystic are about this level. However, due to the different levels of digestion and the different control over their powers, there's a certain difference in strength. But regardless, as long as they're at sea, it's very difficult for them to defeat Sea King with the abilities displayed by the Sea King. Coupled with the ocean environment, it wasn't difficult to understand why people would worship him, believe in him, and pray to him if they hadn't seen the eternal blazing sun, the true creator, and other true deities. Many of the deities worshipped in the primitive world might be at this level. There's a high chance that they aren't even angels. Yes, not to look directly at deities refers to true deities. Previously, sea god Cavituous didn't give me such a feeling. Neither did Amon's avatar. Of course, I can't be sure if a king of angels' true body also has the attribute of not to look directly at deities. One was a sea god who was on the verge of collapse and was at most a sequence 3. The other was a sea king who was in good condition and could use a sealed artifact at any time. The outcome was obvious. John Cotman would definitely be able to suppress Cavituous's madness and prevent the seawater from drowning Byam, preventing the entire Blue Mountain Island and the many cities on it from becoming lost underwater ruins. After a few more days, the last of Cavituous's madness would pass, and it would completely collapse and dissipate, and the matter would be resolved. This was the simplest and most effective way to deal with it. It would not bring about any panic, and most people here would not even notice anything unusual. However, there were also some problems. First of all, there couldn't be any accidents. It was unknown what the archaeologist, Letitia, had done on Simeem Island and single-handedly orchestrated the destruction of Sea God. The Moses ascetic order or element Dawn backing her might take the opportunity to seek something. This was the greatest latent danger. Yes, the Governor General's office and the military should also have a high sequence beyonder here. This is the kingdom's colonial stronghold in the central Sonia Sea. Things wouldn't worsen too much. Secondly, there were the fanatical believers. As Cavituous became crazier and closer to death, there was a high chance that they would become sacrifices. They would be like stalks during a harvest, falling one after another. However, this wasn't too bad of a development for the Church of the Storm. The most devout believers would die along with their deity, saving them the trouble of subsequent screening and processing. Those who weren't so devout wouldn't be too affected, and they would have the possibility of reformation in the future. The only drawback was that the Rorstad archipelago would have a labor shortage for a long period of time. Although such a problem was troublesome, it could be resolved by clenching one's teeth. Therefore, the Church of the Storm and Sea King John Cotman would most likely sit back and watch. Phew, I wonder how many people will die in the slums where the locals gather. Klein's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the uniform sound of footsteps and the roar from high up in the sky. He instinctively raised his head and saw several airships painted in dark blue with their muzzles exposed and machine guns protruding out, flying past him in different areas. On the street, Rouen soldiers in red coats, white pants, and black leather boots carried rifles and dragged cannons as they passed by in neat rows. The tense and somber atmosphere suddenly expanded. This is a colony. Klein sighed and muttered to himself with inexplicable emotions. I wonder how long it will take for the church to kill that sea serpent and find its previous hiding place. It's definitely a treasure trove with countless valuable items. Donis, who was a treasure hunter, suddenly said with some anticipation and some regret. His attitude changed very quickly. He had already degraded sea god to sea serpent and referred to it as it. The church isn't doing anything. All it does is suppress it and wait a few days to see Cavituous perish. Of course, the people of the Church of the Storm might not have the patience, especially when I heard that John Cotman was originally a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers. It's just that the archipelago is isolated overseas. In order to unify the authority, he took on the role of a cardinal. His style of doing things might be closer to that of the mandated Punishers. The place where Cavituous is hiding? That ruin has almost fused with the spirit world. It won't be easy to find it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have survived to this day. With this in mind, Klein suddenly had an idea. It was very difficult to find the ruin where Cavituous was hiding in the real world. Even if he had already perished, it wasn't something that could be discovered in a year or so, unless they obtained more accurate information. But if I were to start from the spirit world? It's even more impossible to locate the spirit world, but it's not completely impossible. Snake of Mercury Will Osepton had used his folded paper crane to perform once. I still don't have any ideas on how to do it, but that's not important. I can ask Mr. Aztec. Death's domain controls a portion of the spirit world's authority. The underworld, or should I say hell, was created in the spirit world by Phoenix ancestor Greggrace, the ancient death. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he took out the ancient and exquisite copper whistle, brought it to his mouth, and blew into it. He believed that even if he returned to his bedroom or entered the bathroom, the messenger's massive body would definitely be discovered by Donna's, who had considerable spiritual perception. Therefore, he didn't avoid him. Donna's was imagining sea god Cavituous's treasures when he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He sensed something and hurriedly activated his spirit vision to look behind him. He saw white bones spewing out from the floor and flying upwards, forming a gigantic skeleton with an illusory head that pierced through the ceiling. The skeleton lowered its head slightly. 2 pitch-black flames could be vaguely seen even through the ceiling. The oppressive feeling from its massive body made Donna's leap to the side, bend his body, and gather a scarlet flame in his right palm. What kind of monster is this? Donna's looked at German Sparrow in surprise, only to see him holding a copper whistle as he raised his head and looked at the skeleton monster in silence. Klein looked up at the gigantic messenger, and the gigantic messenger looked down at him. Both of them seemed to be frozen in place. Man, I'm in too much of a hurry. I didn't even write the letter before summoning the messenger. Should I get it to wait here, or should I return first and come back later? I'm now German Sparrow. Right, German Sparrow. Klein didn't say a word as he indifferently retracted his gaze. He unhurriedly found a pen and paper and began writing the letter. He roughly described the matter regarding Sea King Cavituous, but he hid the fact that he was nearly possessed and had to use the gray fog to disperse it. He mixed the ruins where Cavituous was hiding into the dream. Perhaps I can think of a solution from the spirit world, but I lack the corresponding knowledge. I hope to receive your guidance. Klein folded the piece of paper and turned his head, only to discover that the messenger's lowered hand had clenched at some point in time. He pretended not to notice anything and threw the letter up. The messenger paused for a second before opening his palm and catching the letter. Its body suddenly disintegrated, and the white bones fell down, drilling into the floor. What is this? Donna's finally spoke. Klein glanced at him and calmly replied, Messenger. Messenger? Donna's was taken aback before he understood what he meant. Such a massive and terrifying monster is actually a messenger? German Sparrow does have a powerful and secret organization behind him. If I had such a messenger, everyone on the ship would be envious of me. That would be really, really cool. Donna's imagined the scene of him bragging and showing off his messenger when he returned to the ship. Putting away Aztec's copper whistle, Klein found a chair and sat down, preparing to enjoy his breakfast in a while. After a while, he heard knocking on the door. Donna's warily went over, and with the peephole, he discovered that the person knocking on the door was a middle-aged man wearing a boat-shaped hat. Erland? How did you find this place? Donna's opened the door and asked. The visitor was none other than the captain of the White Agate, impartial Erland. Erland, who had wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, looked into the room and chuckled. When you checked into this hotel, you registered with the identity of German Sparrow. It's easy to find out, because this identity is very legitimate and clean, and in the eyes of the Church of the Storm, I'm part of the military. Klein slowly got up and said to Erland, who had entered the room, What's the matter? Erland pointed outside. There was an accident in Byam, but it's not a big problem. The military and the church are conducting a city-wide manhunt. They are a few powerful beyonders, archaeologists in name. In order to find the target as soon as possible, the military has used all their resources, but it's still not enough for such a large city. They believe that although your origins are unknown, you are very friendly to us. They hope that you can help with the investigation and prevent any accidents. They will pay you after the matter is over. This should be your credit for exaggerating my friendliness. In other words, after the Church of the Goddess and the Church of Steam, I can receive money from the military again? Klein was momentarily filled with mixed feelings. Seeing that he didn't answer immediately, Eland added, "Don't worry. Although it won't be a big problem, the earlier we find the target, the earlier we can control the corresponding disaster." Klein fell silent for a moment and nodded gently. "And this might save a few more people." Okay. Chapter 547. Seeing German Sparrow put on his coat, hat, and pick up his cane, Donnez realized that he had been forgotten. He coughed and said under the two pairs of eyes, "Do I need to go with you? It's best not. Who knows what will happen?" Previously, he was only temporarily off duty in West Harbor, but he had encountered a rather strange incident. Last night, he had brought German Sparrow to visit the Resistance's liaison, but he ended up incurring the curse of Sea God. Today, he was following this madman to investigate Letitia and the few archaeologists. Who knew what would happen? Donnez looked down at his left arm, which was still bound with a splint. He felt that in the past few days, he had encountered more things than he had in the past few months or even half a year. "You can stay here, but someone will come to investigate later." Erland chuckled. "Someone will investigate? Then, the great pirate, Blazing, will be caught and turned into gold pounds?" Donnez frowned and laughed dryly. "Apart from receiving bounties, there aren't many opportunities to earn money from the military. I'm very willing to give it a try. The only problem is that you will have to wait a few minutes. I'll put on a disguise, Mr. Captain. I don't wish to cause any unnecessary misunderstandings and put you in a difficult position. If I don't put on a disguise, I'll only be pinned down on the spot and arrested when I, a great pirate, work with the military and the church." Donnez imagined himself being pinned down, kneeled in the back, and struggling like a catfish. Erland thought for a few seconds, took out an iron-black mask from his inner pocket, and threw it over. "Just wear it. I'll explain the rest." "Yes, there's no need to waste time on a disguise that isn't very useful," Klein evaluated inwardly. He didn't say a word as he turned the handle and walked out the door. Erland followed closely behind. Donnez, who was wearing the iron mask and taking off his coat, hurriedly chased after them. When they came to a street with a lot of puddles and no pedestrians, Klein pressed down on his hat. "How do we find them?" Erland smiled. "Search by area. My Beyonder job has some characteristic. As long as I see a real person, a picture, or a sketch, I can firmly remember the target's appearance and obtain additional senses at the Beyonder level. Yes, I can also detect abnormal factors and grasp inconspicuous traces. By combining the two, I can carry out an effective investigation. Sequence 8 Sheriff of the Arbiter Pathway." Klein nodded in thought. As he walked, he asked, "What about you? Do you have their belongings?" Letitia's portrait was attached to the notice that Donnez had posted last night. This was completed by Klein using ritualistic magic and praying to himself. "No." Erland shook his head. "We haven't figured out their previous whereabouts. What we can confirm is that they only returned from Simeem Island at around 3:00 yesterday afternoon. After 2:00, no passenger ships left the port. Due to the weather this morning, they only entered but not left. In other words, Letitia and the others haven't left by ship yet." Klein understood what Erland meant. Donnez suddenly scoffed. "That doesn't mean anything. Perhaps they had already left Byam yesterday afternoon and headed for other cities on the island." Blue Mountain Island was the largest island in the Rørsted archipelago. It covered a large area and was rich in forests and mineral resources. Therefore, there were many cities on the island. They were built around the fertile land and astonishing mineral reserve. For this wealth, the Ruan kingdom first bribed the native princes, then forced them by force. Finally, they directly established the Governor-General's office. In a more efficient manner, they opened up wide roads that connected the various cities and completed a few important railroads. This was done in the form of establishing the corresponding railroad companies and selling shares at the Bakeland Stock Exchange to raise funds. Of course, these large projects were accompanied by the deaths of many locals. The dangerous construction environment, the excessive work, the treatment that was close to slavery, and the rather meager salaries caused one corpse after another to be buried under the roadbed and railway sleepers. To this day, a large number of locals still hated the railroad, believing that it had devoured a large number of lives and brought about countless suffering. It was a symbol of evil gods and devils. Erland turned his head to glance at Donna's. If they leave by land, then there's nothing to worry about. Why? Donna's asked in puzzlement. Very simple. Those roads pass through the jungle and are directly threatened by the resistance. And most of the resistance are believers of Sea God. Therefore, how would Letitia and company, who were the cause of Cavituous's collapse, dare to pass through these areas at night? If they dare to, it can only mean one thing. They don't realize how serious the consequences of what they did in the Sea God ruins on Simeem Island would be. This also negates the speculation that the Moses Ascetic Order or the Element Dawn have other plans. Klein controlled the urge to shake his head and followed Erland into another street. Erland didn't explain anything. He took out a notice and handed it to German Sparrow. The main target is this woman on it. This woman was drawn by me. Klein glanced at it and threw it to Donna's. At this moment, they heard the sounds of an intense battle coming from a house to the side. Found it? Donna's asked the question Klein wanted to ask. Probably not. Erland shook his head. According to the arrangements, after discovering the main target, the first reaction is to release red firework. As long as this happens, everyone has to approach that place. If they encounter other wanted criminals that they can't deal with, orange fireworks will be released. The surrounding teams will rush over to provide reinforcements. If it's just ordinary pirates or criminals, they can handle it themselves. Let's wait and see. Perhaps there's no time to release the fireworks. As he spoke, the glass on the third floor of the house facing the street shattered with a crack. A bear-like man jumped down and ran into the distance at an extremely fast speed like a cheetah. At this moment, a huge shadow enveloped him, and the sound of gunfire came from high up in the sky. The burly man's body was nearly torn apart by the machine gun bullets as he collapsed on the street without any resistance. Blood flowed out and dyed the ground red. If it weren't for the fact that residents were forbidden from leaving their homes, there would definitely be screams. At some point in time, the airship that had floated over didn't stop moving away as it turned elsewhere. Goltat. Donnas recognized the deceased. Seeing German Sparrow turn his head to look at him, he forced a smile and said, "This is the leader of a pirate crew. He's from Fasak, and his bounty is 950 pounds. People from Fasak. Are they really all barbarians? To think that they're running on the streets under martial law, completely unaware of the attacks from above. That's right, these pirates have just led a befuddled life for a night. They have no idea that even an airship has been dispatched. If he had planned his escape route, he might have been able to dodge the machine gun fire in the air." Klein retracted his gaze and watched the dark blue monster fly across the roof. When Donnas saw the pirate's outcome, he was glad that he had followed him. Seeing that the alarm had been lifted, Erland didn't stay any longer. He led Klein and Donnas in the direction of the area he was in charge of. After walking briskly for 5 minutes, they saw a barricade at the intersection in front of them. Guns and cannons had been set up, and red-clothed Rouen soldiers were silently standing guard. On the other side of the barricade, 20 to 30 corpses were strewn across the ground, forming a charging formation. Their clothes were tattered and their faces were thin. They were all locals. Further away, a few young native children were hiding in a corner, quietly cowering as they looked over. They looked at the deep, steel-like muzzles, their eyes black and their faces dirty. Klein and company fell silent for a few seconds before circling around the area. Bakeland, Sherwood Borough. Furs picked up the ceramic cup on the table and felt a little hot. She focused her mind and quietly waited for any changes. The temperature of the hot water quickly dropped, and a thin layer of ice formed on the surface of the liquid. White frost appeared on the edges of the cup. "I'm a trick master." Furs closed her eyes in joy. After receiving the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch, she didn't delay. She immediately concocted the potion and completed her advancement, obtaining many weaker spell-like powers. Among them, Furs's favorites were Fog Creation, Wind Blast, Flash, Freeze, Electric Shock, and the Fall spell that made people slip. Only at this moment did she feel that she was a complete beyonder. She no longer only knew how to pass through walls and open doors, nor did she have to rely on ritualistic magic. Near noon, Erland, with the help of Klein and Donnes, had completed most of the investigation. "Eat a loaf of bread and drink some water before continuing," he said with dry lips as he took off his boat-shaped hat. Klein was about to nod when he suddenly saw an orange firework soar into the sky and bloom not far away. Without any hesitation, Erland immediately put on his hat and ran in that direction. "I'll head over first to provide support. Orange means that there are other wanted criminals that I can't deal with. Who could it be?" Donnes muttered to himself with interest. He walked forward with his legs raised high, hoping to arrive only after the battle was over. Then, he saw German Sparrow abandon him and follow just Erland. Glancing at the dark blue monster flying towards him, Donnes laughed dryly and quickened his pace. 2 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. They saw a house with a lawn facing the street. There were 3 or 4 military personnel lying on the ground. Their faces were green, and their bodies were trembling, as though they had been thrown into a frozen lake. The more Klein walked in that direction, the more he felt like he had encountered a cold disaster, as though he had arrived at the polar region. Soon, he discovered that the ditch outside the house was filled with a thick layer of snow. At that moment, a woman's laughter suddenly came from inside the house. It was sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes crazy and sometimes strange. "Ha ha, he, ha ha, he." Donnes couldn't help but stop and use his right hand to touch his neck, which was covered in goosebumps. With a clang, the window opened and a charred body flew out. He landed heavily on the ground, as though he had encountered a fire. With just a glance, Klein relied on his spiritual intuition to recognize that this was one of the 3 male adventurers who followed Letitia. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version website. Chapter 548. From the looks of it, I've found the target. Klein retracted his gaze and made a rough judgment. As there were no portraits, and the dead adventurer's face had been charred black, Erland clearly didn't recognize him as one of his targets. After observing the situation and listening to the creepy laughter for a few seconds, he pointed at the 3 or 4 military personnel lying not far away from the house and said in a deep voice, "Drag them back first. Drag them back first and wait for the other teams to arrive before launching the attack. Or..." He hesitated for a moment and looked up at the approaching dark blue airship. Erland didn't say anything else, nor did he instruct Klein and Donnes. He ran towards the military personnel who had fainted from the cold and had purple faces. Tap, tap, tap. The closer he got, the weaker his footsteps became. Eventually, his body turned stiff, and every step he took was abnormally difficult. As a former boatswain of the Royal Navy, Erland was experienced. He made a prompt decision and stopped moving forward. Instead, he slowly turned around and walked back. The more he walked, the smoother it became, but his body was still trembling uncontrollably. His eyebrows and sideburns were covered in a thin layer of frost. A quick freeze that defies common sense. A catastrophic extreme cold. With Erland's attempts, Klein grasped the danger level of the area and sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, the brooch of the sun can't produce true heat. It's a mental stimulation. Although it will also cause an obvious reaction in the body, it will at most allow a person to last 3 or 4 seconds in such a cold disaster, glancing at Erland, who wanted to say something but couldn't open his mouth. Klein swept his gaze towards Donna's. He threw away his cane and said in a deep voice, "Fire." "Fire?" Donna's was taken aback at first, but he quickly understood what German sparrow meant. He had also seen the entire process of Erland's failed rescue attempt. Donna's condensed a scarlet flame in his right palm and threw it not far from the military personnel. The fireball traversed nearly 20 meters and landed on the ground. It didn't produce an explosion as it quietly rose into the air. The scarlet pillar of fire emitted a sizzling sound as it shrank and dimmed rapidly. Suddenly, it expanded, as if it was struggling on its deathbed. Klein, who was wearing a black coat, jumped out and landed right next to the military personnel. He bent down, stretched out his hands, and grabbed her clothes. Then, he pressed his feet against the ground, exerted strength from his waist and back, and fiercely threw himself outwards. The military personnel immediately soared into the air and flew out smoothly. He landed 10 meters away from the area where the chill was the most severe. After doing all of this, Klein snapped his fingers, and before the chill seeped into his flesh, he lit a match that he had specially separated from his pocket. The scarlet flames surged out like water and instantly drowned him. By the time everything dimmed, Klein had already disappeared. Flames leaped out, sometimes bright and sometimes extinguished. With Dannett's fireball and his own matchstick, he constantly flashed in the extremely cold region and easily threw the few military personnel out. After 2 to 3 relays, he carried the last military personnel back to his original position. Erland had clearly calmed down as he gave him a thumbs up. "I'm very glad and honored to have made the decision to seek your help today. Captain, I like your tactful praise. Also, remember to increase the pay." Klein nodded politely, turned his body halfway, and looked at the open windows of the house. He heard the laughter inside turn stranger. Donnas curled his lips and cursed Erland inwardly. "Didn't you see my contribution? Although my fireball has become like a prop for a magic show, it's still a real contribution. This fellow's nickname is the Just Erland, but he's actually not just at all." As he muttered, a shadow enveloped the area as the airship arrived in midair. "Evacuate the people in the surrounding houses," an officer on the airship shouted from afar. After Erland and the 2 other teams cleared the nearby houses, the airship lowered its altitude and adjusted its cannons. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons fired continuously, blasting at the house from which the strange laughter came. Hearing the explosions and seeing the intense flashes of fire, Klein held his cane and felt a little wistful. This was the firepower coverage tactic he advocated. He had once proposed it in Tingen City, but he had never been able to put it into practice. But today the overseas colonial military had shown him the real scene. Amidst the deafening cannons, Erland and the others stood guard in different positions, preventing the people inside, or rather, the monster from breaking out. The house quickly collapsed, and smoke emanated from the piles of bricks and wood. All the snow and ice had already dissipated. Suddenly, a thick bolt of lightning flashed and struck the airship with bared fangs and brandished claws. Klein frowned as he saw the airship come to a complete stop. He heard the steam boiler emit a jarring sound. The dark blue monster in the air seemed to have lost control. It emitted a sizable amount of smoke as it floated to the side. "From the looks of it, there's an external layer of protection from the ammunition. I thought it would explode and blow the airship into pieces." Klein turned his attention back to the collapsed house. When he first felt the deep cold and saw the charred male adventurer, he thought that he had encountered another demoness. He had the witch potion formula, and having dealt with the demonesses a few times, he knew that beyonders of this pathway could control frost and black flames from sequence 7 onwards. However, the lightning had made him reject this judgment. He believed that Letitia was indeed a member of the Moses ascetic order or the element dawn, and that she was a genuine woman. Just as Klein had this thought, the pile of bricks and wood was lifted. A figure mixed with bright red and charred black crawled out with her elbows. She was a woman and could vaguely distinguish Letitia's original appearance. This made Erland and the others surprised to find that their target had been found. But compared to before, Letitia's current state was both terrifying and miserable. Her body was covered in black spots. Bright red wounds had been torn open by the cannonballs, and inside were white fascias that seemed to have a life of their own, squirming. The top of her head had split open, and brain juice gushed out, sticking to the surface like a child's palm. Her greenish-gray eyes had lost focus. One pupil hid flames, and the other flashed with lightning. On her abdomen, below her chest, were two heads that were screaming in pain. They were the other two male adventurers. Not only is she out of control, but she also feels like she's being corrupted. She's already seriously injured after that round of bombardment, and her aura has dropped to the extreme. Klein didn't take action. He watched as the military Beyonders launched their attacks. Psychic piercing, whip of pain, purifying bullets, small caliber cannon fire. With this round of attacks, the rampager Letitia, who only had time to dry up the ground and spread outwards, completely disintegrated and turned into a dismembered corpse. Her torso fell to the ground, and the heads of the two male adventurers rolled out. Klein narrowed his eyes and found a yellowish-brown sheepskin book hidden in the flesh of Letitia's abdomen. On the cover of the book, there was a line of words written in Elvish, Book of Calamity. Why do these books and notes always end up in other people's stomachs? It was the same with the Antigonus family's notebook last time. Klein lampooned before suspecting that this Book of Calamity was an item that the pseudo-archaeologist, Letitia, had taken away from the sea god ruins. At this moment, a military personnel grabbed the heads of the two male adventurers, as though they could still speak. "What did you do in the sea god's ruins?" "The ruins of the sea god." One of the male adventurers answered in pain and confusion. "We've never been there." He tried to move his eyes to check the condition of his neck and below. "Sea god's ruins on Saimim Island," the military personnel reminded him. "No, no." The male adventurer wanted to shake his head but was powerless. "We went to the ancient elven ruins." Letitia found a book inside. She liked it very much. She quickly began to study it. She went crazy. "She's crazy." The male adventurer screamed, and the remnants of his mind completely dissipated. "It's not the lost temple of the sea god, but the ruins of the ancient elves? This is different from what I imagined." Klein was about to listen carefully when Erland walked over and politely asked him and Donis to leave the interrogation scene. Turning into another street, Klein slowed down and thought about the entire matter. Why did Letitia's taking of the Book of Calamity from the ancient elven ruins cause sea god Cavituous to no longer be able to maintain his existence and gradually collapse? What's the connection between the two elves? Sea god. According to Little Sun, the ancient god, Elf King Saniathrim, wields the authority of the present Lord of Storms. In other words, there's no doubt that the elves have a sequence 3 Sea King, as well as an even higher sequence 2. Could it be that this sea serpent, Cavituous, happened to discover an elven ruin at the bottom of the sea and directly devoured the Beyonder characteristic left behind by a high elf, and he was lucky enough to survive the sudden death and loss of control before successfully obtaining the status of a demigod, gradually gaining the faith of the natives of the Rorstad archipelago? Klein slowly came up with an idea, and he had no choice but to thank Mr. the Hanging Man. Initially, Little Sun didn't reveal the corresponding authorities of the 8 ancient gods. Later, under the guidance of the Hanging Man, he explained some of them, including the general situation of Elf King Saniathrim. As for directly devouring Beyonder characteristics or the corresponding ingredients to advance, it wasn't something that had never happened before. Before the potion system was perfected, human ancestors had made similar attempts in order to obtain Beyonder powers. However, only a small group of extremely lucky people survived and became Beyonders. They didn't turn into monsters or lunatics, nor did they die on the spot with their flesh and blood collapsing. The success rate of such an attempt was 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000, or even lower. After the potion system was established, no one was willing to take such a huge risk. If that's really the case, then Cavituous was indeed very lucky back then. Of course, there's also the factor of his sturdy body. However, his intelligence doesn't seem to have increased much. He can only deceive people's faith, and he actually didn't discover that there was an elven ruin on Simeme Island. Furthermore, it's closely related to the ruin he was hiding in after Letitia and the others took away the Book of Calamity. The ruin collapsed, causing Cavituous's hiding place to undergo an anomaly, causing it to be unable to maintain its feeble existence? This can explain why Letitia and the others were able to succeed so easily. There weren't any resistance or sea god believers guarding the place. It wasn't until something happened that Cavituous discovered the problem and realized that the two ruins were related. Based on his previous train of thought, Klein tried to explain the part of the entire matter that puzzled him. And this included why sea god Cavituous, who was struggling on his deathbed, didn't let his believers become carriers. This could reduce many accidents and make things simpler. With the brutality that Cavituous had shown, it was only natural for him to make such a choice. The answer that Klein thought of was that the body that Cavituous wanted to corrupt and occupy had to have a certain amount of elven bloodline. Only then could it withstand the transfer of Beyonder characteristics to a certain extent. And when he touched it, due to the gray fog and its uniqueness, Cavituous found a better target. Chapter 549. Ahem, actually, I didn't want to apply for leave. I've been stuck for the past few days, and I almost didn't have any drafts left. I was stuck until 1 p.m. every day before I went to bed. Other people who wanted to write short stories had to decline, and I only had enough energy to finish this one book. Damn, I don't even know how long it's been since I last updated my WeChat account. It's not that I don't know what to write about or what to lead to. This is already planned. I'm stuck on how to unfold, how to lead, and how to make the plot smooth and not abrupt. Just like last night's chapter, many friends asked why there was a plot about Furs becoming a trickmaster inserted in the middle. They asked if there was any connection, but the answer is that there isn't much of a connection. It's mainly for a transition. The front part of that page was mostly about preparing to find the person, how to find the person, and what they saw on the way. If they directly went into the last few paragraphs where most of the investigation was completed and the actual content of the investigation was found, it would seem abrupt, and the structure of this paragraph would be completely top-heavy. If they wrote about the investigation in the middle, there wouldn't be anything interesting to add, and it would seem very boring. Therefore, turning the camera, talking about what happened at the same time somewhere else, talking about the ability of a trickmaster, and then turning the camera back, it would naturally and gently omit the middle process of finding the person. This is because people will tacitly agree that when the camera moves away, things are still developing. Because I've been stuck on similar topics recently, I've been a little tired recently. Actually, I'm not stuck anymore, and everything that needs to be unfolded has been drawn out. However, my neck feels uncomfortable again, so I can only rest for a while. Today and tomorrow, I'll update a chapter at 12:30 p.m., and the day after tomorrow, it'll be back to normal. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for voting for Little Ku and my friends during this period of time. Finally, I'm asking for monthly votes. Also, Sequence 3, Sea King, wasn't the first one, but I didn't change it after watching the movie. I said it a long time ago, I'm a fan of special effects, and I can't watch blockbusters. In the beginning, Sequence 3 was Son of Wind, but not long after the serialization began, I realized that it overlapped with Sequence 2 Calamity, and could be combined. Also, the main oceanic domain didn't show much, so I started with Sea King from the Lord of Storms, Emperor of the Sea. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 550. Just as Klein sorted out his thoughts, Erland caught up to the two of them and said with a smile, "We've found the target. The investigation is over. I'll send you back to the hotel first. I'll bring the reward in 2 days. Also, it's best if you don't go out today." Klein maintained the attitude that a German sparrow should have. He only nodded slightly and didn't respond. On the way back to the Wind of Azure Inn, Donnez clearly had questions or sighs he wanted to express, but due to the presence of the military personnel, Erland, he could only change the topic and discuss with great interest which pirates would be caught in the citywide investigation today. To him, as long as those people didn't belong to the Golden Dream, they weren't considered friends. They weren't worthy of sympathy. After entering the hotel room and watching Erland leave, he closed the door and clicked his tongue. Book of Calamity. Ancient Elven Ruins. This is really interesting. However, why are elves like devils? Just by taking their book and casually flipping through it, that woman went crazy and lost control. What kind of image do you have of elves? Creatures that are active in the mountains and seas, good at cooking and like nature? According to Little Sun, the 8 ancient gods before the cataclysm were very tyrannical, cruel, and evil. Among them was Elf King Sanaithrim, and the elves who believed in him and treated him as their king probably weren't any better. You can refer to the members of the Aurora Order. The Beyonder races left behind from the Dark Epic basically don't associate them with the concept of good in the minds of ordinary people. Klein replied inwardly. Of course, he didn't rule out the possibility that after the ancient gods perished, dragons, giants, elves, sanguine, and other creatures would gradually get rid of the negative effects and eventually become more normal. However, this would only be limited to the middle and lower levels. It didn't include those demigod-level powerhouses, and the high elf who left behind the Book of Calamity was clearly the latter. With a thought, Klein suddenly realized something. Donnez knew Elvish. He recognized the name of the ancient sheepskin book as the Book of Natural Calamity. Vice Admiral Iceberg's education of her crew has reached such a level. Not only does she popularize ancient Faceac, she even teaches them Elvish, which can stir the powers of nature. Perhaps Jotun and ancient Hermes are also part of the Golden Dreams curriculum. They really are a bunch of pirates with knowledge and dreams. However, Madam Captain, aren't you being too biased? Donna's performance in many aspects doesn't meet the mark. That's right, for a pirate whose main job is to hunt for treasure, the most important thing is to grasp the ancient language. Klein ignored Donna's sigh and cast his gaze out the window. At this time, the sky was still somewhat gloomy, as if a storm would fall at any time, causing people to involuntarily feel depressed. Klein nodded indiscernibly, feeling a little relaxed as he thought, after finding Letitia and learning of the ancient elven ruins on Simim Island, the Church of the Storm and the Kingdom's army should be able to quickly use the ruins' connection with Cavituous's hiding place to find this increasingly crazy sea god. Or they can use the ruins to accelerate its collapse. This way, apart from the most fanatical and devout believers of the sea god who will die, the others won't suffer any harm. Klein had originally thought of using the spirit world to locate sea god Cavituous after his death, and before the official Beyonders found his hiding place, he could sneak in and take away the treasure. However, before this plan could even begin, it seemed to be on the verge of failure due to the appearance of the Book of Natural Calamity. Phew! It's nothing. It only exists in my imagination and has never belonged to me. If it's gone, then it's gone. I don't even know what I can gain from it. It's best to resolve this matter this way. Klein retracted his gaze from observing the weather, feeling calm and relaxed. There was only an inevitable sense of disappointment. On this day, he and Donna's followed Erland's suggestion and didn't go out again. They only moved around in the hotel. In Byam City, there were sporadic gunshots and explosions from time to time. It didn't completely subside until the sky turned dark. The next morning, Klein woke up on time and found that the sky was still dark and cloudy. This meant that the confrontation between the cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the high-ranking deacon of the mandated punishers, John Cotman, and sea god Cavituous, was still going on. Klein felt the pain in his stomach and was about to take a newspaper to the bathroom. But when he saw Donnas, who was lying in a reclining chair with a piece of white bread in his mouth, leisurely reading the newspaper, he gave up on the idea. Reading a newspaper while sitting on the toilet doesn't match the persona of German Sparrow. Although it'll be boring, acting can't be relaxed. Sigh, I've found another difference in behavior between my true self and my disguised identity. Klein silently concluded and walked into the bathroom. He took off his pants and sat on the toilet. He stared at the pale white wall in front of him in a daze, as if he was trying to read words from it. At that moment, his spiritual perception was triggered. He hurriedly tapped his teeth and activated his spirit vision. Two thick, tall white bones appeared in front of him. They were the legs of the messenger. The messenger stood there with its head sticking out of the ceiling, but the pitch-black flames in its eye sockets could still be seen. It lowered its head slightly and looked down at Klein, who was sitting on the toilet. Klein looked up and froze for 2 seconds. His mind was filled with baffling thoughts. Should I be like a lady, hurriedly covering my lower body, or should I be open and fearless? Before he could make a decision, the messenger threw down a letter and disintegrated into white bones. They fell like a rainstorm and disappeared into the ground. Klein received Mr. Aztec's reply in a daze. It took him a while to react. This messenger is becoming more and more impolite. Can't you see that I'm in the bathroom? Doesn't it know how to knock on the door first or stuff it in through the crack under the door? Klein cursed in exasperation and amusement. On careful thought, he felt that it would be difficult for the messenger to stuff the letter through the crack under the door. A 4-meter-tall behemoth would have to crouch down to reach that spot. That scene is rather funny just thinking about it. I'll add an additional paragraph when I write a letter next time. I'll get Mr. Aztec to educate the messenger so that it knows how to be polite. Klein unfolded the letter and read Aztec's reply. According to the knowledge I can recall, I can provide 2 methods. The first method requires sufficient prerequisite. That is, an item that belongs to you or someone else is with sea god Cavituous. This way, it can be easily located with the help of divination. The other precondition is that you can enter the spirit world. I have sufficient skills in this regard. Here are the 3 most commonly used methods. The second method is to use a secret deed ritual to pray to Red Light Ire Moria. He represents power and will. To a certain extent, he grasps the knowledge related to the creatures and locations in the spirit world. So one of the 7 pure lights, Red Light, is called Ire Moria. The principle of a secret deed ritual is to adjust one's state, open up one's body and mind, and allow oneself to match the target bit by bit. Finally, they will overlap and gain the corresponding knowledge. And this kind of matching and overlapping is relative. At the same time that I gain knowledge, my own secrets will also be revealed to the target. I can't trust Red Light. I have too many secrets. Klein's first reaction was to eliminate the second method. As for the first method, it lacked the possibility of success. Klein didn't have an item that belonged to him at sea god Cavituous's hideout. Unless I can use the resistance to send something to Cavituous, or find the original owner of the item that the believers of sea god had once sacrificed. Furthermore, it has to be an exclusive item. Send something to Cavituous. As he thought about it, Klein suddenly had an idea. He focused his mind and deliberated over it a few times, believing that there was a certain chance of success. After squatting in the toilet, Klein washed his hands and immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise. He arrived above the gray fog and attempted to divine what he wanted to do. He received a revelation that there was a certain amount of danger, but it could be endured as long as it was handled properly. After doing all of this, he returned to the living room and walked to the reclining chair. Donnas sat up and laughed dryly. What's the matter? Do you know the corresponding prayer for sea god? Klein asked in a monotonous tone. Donis spread out his hands and suddenly hissed. Dogsh *t. He cursed his injured arm softly before smiling. I know. I've seen the Resistance hold a few rituals. To be exact, it's blessed of the sea and spirit world, protector of the Rorsted archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, the great Cavituous. Oh right, the two that were effective were chanted in Elvish. Blessed of the sea and spirit world. That's quite a humble attitude. It's fundamentally different from my honorific name. That's right, I made it up by imitating the 7 true deities. Klein nodded gently. Do you know where there are empty warehouses and abandoned houses? Of course. Every great pirate has some, Donis replied without hesitation. Klein immediately turned around and walked to the coat rack. Take me there. What for? Although Donis was puzzled, he didn't dare ask. In a dirty and dilapidated warehouse in the dock area. When Danit saw Gehrman Sparrow take out 3 candles and many metal bottles, he finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. And asked, what do you want to do? Klein didn't turn his head as he calmly replied, what do you want to do? Sacrifice. To whom? Donis pressed with interest. After Klein set up the altar, he took out an iron cigar case and said calmly, That's right. He calmly said, Cavituous. The method he thought of was to directly send something to sea god Cavituous. As long as Cavituous accepted it, he could use divination and other means to find the other party's hiding place. As for whether Cavituous would accept it, he had obviously considered it. He believed that there was a certain possibility. This was because Cavituous was now in a state of near death. It was extremely crazy and basically didn't have any rationality. It only acted on instinct, and it might have a strong desire for the gray fog's aura. Therefore, Klein planned on sacrificing an iron cigar case that was often placed above the gray fog to see if Cavituous would accept it. If it didn't, he wouldn't suffer any losses. He could just pretend that nothing had happened. Sacrifice it to see god Cavituous? At that moment, Donis felt that his brain wasn't enough. He was completely unable to understand Gehrman Sparrow's thoughts. Are you crazy? How can it accept your sacrifice? Even if it accepts it, what's the point? It's about to die. And it's very dangerous. Donis blurted out. Immediately after, he added in his heart, That's right. No, Gehrman Sparrow isn't crazy, because he has always been crazy. Klein glanced at him and simply said, I'm an expert in this aspect. I'm an expert in the field of sacrificial rituals. Klein wasn't modest about it. Chapter 551. Donis was rendered speechless. He retreated to the side and watched as Gehrman Sparrow lit the candles, burned the powder, and dripped the pure dew. As he took a whiff of the fragrance, he couldn't help but raise his voice. Did you use the wrong ingredients? He remembered that the Resistance didn't use full moon essence oil, slumber flower, or chamomile when they sacrificed the sea god. It's not like they're praying to the Evernight goddess. Klein turned his head to glance at him before casting his gaze back to the altar. No problem. As a professional who often sacrificed and was sacrificed, he knew very well that there were 2 main functions of burning pure dew, essential oils and herbal powders. One was to help the host of the ritual better adjust his spirituality and enter the state. The other was to please the corresponding deity, to please the target of the sacrifice, and to increase the probability of the other party's response. In this regard, every deity had their own preferences, and the sacrifice this time mainly relied on Cavituous's abnormal mental state and his complete insanity, as well as his desire for the gray fog's aura. Neither of the 2 was missing, and the rest wasn't important. As long as the 2 conditions were met, it wouldn't affect the ritual's progress. It wouldn't increase the success rate, nor would it increase the chances of failure. It could be handled perfunctorily. If Cavituous was still rational, do you think he would respond even if I strictly followed the ritual's requirements? Klein lampooned as he took half a step back and prepared to begin the most critical segment. He thought for a moment and didn't turn his head. He directly said, "Stay away." Me? Donna's wasn't angry. Instead, he was delighted as he hurriedly nodded. Okay. He scurried to the warehouse's entrance, planning to escape the moment something went wrong. Klein half closed his eyes and cogitated the countless spheres of light that were stacked together. He quickly entered a meditative state. He chanted in Elvish, "Blessed of the sea and spirit world, protector of the Rorsted archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, great Cavituous. Your loyal servant prays for your attention. I pray for you to accept his offerings. I pray for you to open the door to the kingdom." As the incomprehensible words were spat out one after another, the sound of the wind within the wall of spirituality grew stronger and stronger, as though it was about to be overturned. Klein's clothes fluttered in the wind. He took out another metal bottle that he had prepared earlier and poured about 5 milliliters of the remaining 1,000-faced hunter's blood into the air. This was an extremely spiritual material. The strong wind sucked away the drops of blood and drilled into the candle flame that symbolized sea god Cavituous. Silently, the candle flame expanded into an illusory door. Its surface was covered with symbols and magic labels, and the sound of seawater could be vaguely heard from the inside. Suddenly, all movement disappeared. Only a panting sound echoed through the illusory door. It was as if there was a huge creature that was suppressing its hunger behind it. The loud panting became more and more obvious. Even Donis, who was standing at the entrance of the warehouse, felt his scalp tingle. Bang! The illusory door suddenly opened, and a hurricane that was almost visible surged out. Amidst the sharp whooshing sound, Donis felt the invisible wall of spirituality shatter. He realized that he had been thrown into the air like a small boat in a storm. He slammed into the door with a muffled bang. He fell outside the warehouse, and there were many wounds on his back caused by wooden spikes. The scarlet fireball that he instinctively condensed in his hand instantly dimmed in the storm and quickly extinguished, like a candle that was about to be burned to the end. And while he was flying in the air, he saw a huge, ferocious mouth that looked like a blood-stained basin appear behind the illusory door. It revealed milky white fangs that were longer than a human's arm and were slightly curved. It slammed into the illusory door in a frenzy, trying to enter the real world. A beast-like howl reverberated inside the warehouse, causing Donna's ears and nose to bleed at the same time. Klein had also flown up from the hurricane just now, and his vision was immediately occupied by a bloody, forked gigantic core that was emitting sizzling lightning. His body was charred black as he stiffened in midair. He had been penetrated by the snake's tongue and turned into ashes after burning paper. Klein's figure appeared on the other side. His hat had fallen off, and his clothes were in a mess. He looked rather pathetic. Fortunately, he knew that something would happen and that there would be danger. He had been on high alert and hadn't let down his guard. He had used paper figurine substitutes in time. At this moment, Cavituous, who was behind the illusory door that didn't shake at all, finally realized that his frenzied attacks were ineffective and stopped. It took a deep breath, causing blue seawater to surge in from all directions. Deep in its throat, it collapsed into a vortex that emitted a terrifying suction force. It was a vortex that could devour a freighter. The iron cigar case on the altar flew up and was thrown into the vortex. The small cauldron that contained the ashes of the herbs flew up and was thrown into the vortex. Many of the miscellaneous items in the warehouse flew up and were thrown into the vortex. Klein also flew up, unable to resist being thrown into the vortex. He attempted to snap his fingers, ignite a flame, and jump out of the vortex's range of influence, but his plan was ruined by the hurricane that accompanied the suction force. His figure suddenly turned thin, turning into a paper figurine. As the paper figurine was thrown into the vortex, Klein, who had appeared in another spot, rose into the air again. He was unable to escape the terrifying suction force. At this critical moment, he no longer hesitated. He made the black glove on his left hand turn pale, tainted with a dark green. He activated creeping hunger and directly controlled Steel Mavadi's soul. Klein's body instantly turned heavy as he pushed out his left palm. An ice wall that wasn't too thick froze in front of him, temporarily isolating him from Sea God's vortex. Taking this opportunity, Klein landed. With a heavy stomp, he sank into the ground. Crack! The ice wall only lasted for a second before it was torn to pieces by the majestic suction force and flew into the gigantic sea snake's throat. With the strength of a zombie, Klein used his legs to stabilize his body and didn't fly up again. However, he still slid uncontrollably towards the illusory door and towards Cavituous's gaping mouth, leaving 2 deep ravines in the ground. Outside the warehouse, Donna's wasn't affected by the vortex's suction force. He wanted to condense a fireball and smash it to the side to allow German Sparrow to jump out, but he was repeatedly blown away by the raging hurricane. As Klein got closer and closer to the illusory door, his nose was filled with the stench of blood and rot. In front of him was the stained milky white fangs that emitted a cold aura. His thoughts raced as he quickly came up with a solution. The solution was very simple. It was to throw out the all-black eye that originated from Nimblewright Master Rosago. Since you, Cavituous, have created a seawater vortex and want to devour everything, I'll let you consume another potion without any supplementary ingredient. I'll also give you the mental corruption of the true creator. This way, I don't believe that you, who are already on the verge of collapse, can withstand it. Klein gritted his teeth and reached into his pocket. Perhaps it had instinctively sensed his sinister intentions, or perhaps it was because the crazy Cavituous lacked patience, but at that moment it suddenly raised its head and let out a long roar, causing the seawater vortex at its throat to collapse and disintegrate, turning into countless water droplets that sprayed outside the illusory door. Whoosh! A torrential rain poured down from the warehouse, and at Cavituous's throat, a silvery white, dazzling ball of lightning that was intertwined with countless bolts of lightning condensed. With a boom, it spat out the ball of lightning. Amidst the torrential rain, the silvery white ball of lightning transformed into eye-catching bolts of lightning that rapidly expanded outwards, destroying the simple altar and occupying the entire warehouse. Sizzle! In the sea of lightning, Klein's figure constantly appeared before being charred black and reduced to paper shreds. Outside the warehouse, Donna's was similarly affected. His hair stood on end as his body convulsed. After using several paper figurine substitutes, Klein, who was almost at his limit, finally waited until the lightning subsided. And the illusory door was affected by the complete destruction of the ritual, and it quickly closed in an unstoppable manner. Creak! Sea God Cavituous's indignant roar was isolated outside the door. In the blink of an eye, the illusory door completely disappeared. The surroundings were in a mess, and there was only a candle left on the altar, weakly flickering with flame. Bang! Donna's leaned forward against the warehouse wall and barely managed to stand at the door. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't help but convulse. All he could do was use his eyes to express his grievance. German Sparrow is really a lunatic. Back in Bansi Harbor, I can still recall the horror I experienced. I still have nightmares because of it. Previously, when I was choosing the items produced by the Resistance, I incurred the curse of Sea God. Along the way, I was so frightened that I nearly ran away. This time, what kind of sacrifice is this? I nearly summoned Calvetua. It was really dangerous just now. Why does he love adventures so much? Why does he love doing things so much? Again and again, he seeks thrills at the edge of death. Is this a manifestation of his madness, or is there a reason behind it? This sea god of Cavituous is still very strong. Even though he's on the verge of death, even though he's separated by the door of sacrifice and can only use a portion of his strength, he nearly finished me off easily. As expected of a demigod who can fight against Sea King. Klein pulled his feet out of the ground and saw that his leather boots were in tatters. At the same time, he discovered that regardless of whether it was luck or necessity, in any sense, Cavituous had accepted his sacrifice. This was because when the gigantic sea serpent created the vortex, it had devoured the iron cigar case and many other items that were tainted with the gray fog's aura. This also means that I can attempt to locate its hiding spot in the spirit world, but I have to wait for it to die. It will no longer interfere with or resist my divination. This kind of search requires entering the spirit world. I can't keep using the gray fog. Just as Klein secretly exhaled, he felt an indescribable madness and hunger emanate from the glove on his left hand. It was as though it would devour the wearer if it couldn't wait for food. There aren't any sinful fellows nearby. Klein turned his head to look at Donna's at the door. Donna's mind suddenly tightened as he felt that he had been targeted by a monster and was about to become its food. The hunger at the level of spirituality made him tremble slightly, wishing that he could immediately turn around and flee. Then, he heard German Sparrow's indifferent voice. "Close the door from the outside." "All right." Danitz endured the residual pain from the electric shock and pulled back the door that had been sent flying, barely blocking the hole. Klein seized the opportunity to hold a sacrificial ritual. He prayed to himself and responded to himself. He threw the creeping hunger, which was on the verge of losing control, above the gray fog. This mystical item, which had frightened Donnas to the point of not daring to resist, immediately became obedient, gentle, and tame. Please remember this book's original domain name, 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 552. After returning to the real world, Klein extinguished the candles, put away the remaining items, and carefully checked the situation in the warehouse. To his relief, the seawater whirlpool created by Cavituous had completely cleaned up the place, leaving behind only the rain that spewed out later, the charred parts of the lightning, the sparse amount of ash, and the ravine that Klein plowed with his feet. The traces are easy to deal with. I'll get Donnas to wash this place with fireballs later and disguise it as an internal conflict between pirates. Klein nodded indiscernibly, pulled out one of the few remaining paper figurines, and shook his forearm and wrist. The paper figurine flew out and burned on its own, turning into black ash. After doing all of this, Klein walked towards the door, frowning the more he walked. His leather boots had lost their bottoms, and the rest of his body was tattered. His clothes were also torn, wet, and charred. This was something that couldn't be avoided in that situation. It wasn't something that paper figurine substitutes could withstand. The tearing came from the massive suction force of the seawater whirlpool, the wet feeling came from the torrential rain spewed out by Calvetua, and the charred blackness was a result of being struck by a small amount of lightning while he was using paper figurine substitute. Even now, he had calmed down, but his right forearm still had some spasms from the electric shock. This set of clothes cost me £8 and 6 soldi. I have to get a new set. I divined the danger and made preparations, but I never expected Cavituous to be stronger and crazier than I expected. I hope I can gain something from this. Klein silently shook his head, restrained his expression, and endured the pain. He came to the door that blocked the exit and knocked 3 times. Donnas, who had been feeling uneasy, hesitated for 2 seconds before moving the door. Realizing that German Sparrow had returned to his cold and reserved state, no longer emitting the hunger and madness that made one's spirituality tremble, Donnas heaved a sigh of relief. He looked inside and casually asked, "Is it over?" "No." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he revealed a gentle smile. "Not yet?" Donnas jumped in fright. What else do you want?" Klein maintained his maniacal smile. "It still needs cleaning. This is courtesy." Cleaning. Donnez was stunned. He raised his right hand and pointed at himself. Me. Klein's grin grew wider. Or me. I'll be eaten by the creeping hunger. Donnez laughed dryly. How should I clean it? Use fireballs, Klein answered succinctly. As a part-time pirate, it did not take Donnez much effort to understand what German Sparrow meant. He walked past him and entered the warehouse. During this process, he muttered in his heart. He had quite a lot of doubts. Captain said that creeping hunger needs to devour a living person every day, but German Sparrow will only satisfy it once the battle is over. He usually doesn't care about it. Besides, there was a battle just now. German Sparrow also used Steel Mavadi's ice powers, but he didn't feed it afterward. Strange. What secret is hidden here? A seal of some sort? He, or should I say, the organization behind him, can actually seal creeping hunger? While Donnez was cleaning the warehouse, Klein stood outside and looked at the dark clouds in the sky, looking forward to what would happen next. I've already sent the iron cigar case that's stained with the gray fog's aura over. I'm just waiting for the fake sea god, Cavituous, to collapse and die. I hope that the Beyonders of the Church of the Storm and the Kingdom's military haven't found the place in time, or they've left behind some items of value that they don't value. Klein slowly took a deep breath and listened to the dull rumbling sounds behind him. In a hotel, Alger stood by the window and stared at the gloomy sky outside. Not long after the Tarot incident ended, I obtained the Sanguine's anesthetic gas and prepared to head out to sea to gather the ingredient. In the end, almost a week has passed, and I'm still stuck in Byam. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he shook his head. First, there was the matter of world-hunting Steel Mavadi, which made him earn quite a bit. Then, he had to wait for the bounty, and after he received the bounty, he encountered Cavituous, which caused the sea serpent to collapse. He was asked to find Letitia and the other adventurers and archaeologists. I heard that Letitia and the others were found during the investigation this morning. The mandated punishers and the military seem to have obtained some important clues, and many people have gone to Serene Island. Such matters will never happen to me. Alger retracted his gaze, pulled at his short robe that didn't reach his knees, and muttered to himself, "Let's end this as soon as possible." Once Cavituous was completely dead and the tsunami was no longer hidden, he could leave the harbor and leave the city of generosity, Byam. He could then work hard to advance to Sequence 6 Windblessed. As his thoughts raced, Alger's heart stirred as he turned to look out the window. He saw the clouds in the sky quickly disperse, and the crimson moon hung silently in the sky. Klein slept in the middle of the night when he suddenly woke up, vaguely aware of something. He got out of bed, went to the window, and pulled open the curtains. The crimson moonlight shone in, covering everything like frost. It was cold and dreamy. Klein cast his gaze out and discovered that the low-pressure clouds had disappeared. The crimson moon was bright in the sky, and the jade stars were sparse. Does this mean that the battle between Sea God and Sea King has ended? Klein pondered for 2 seconds, retracted his gaze, closed the curtains, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He sat at the end of the long mottled table, conjured a gold coin, and recited a divination statement. Cavituous is completely dead. After repeating it 7 times, he flicked the gold coin up with a clang and watched it jump up before tumbling down. The gold coin landed in Klein's palm with the king's portrait facing up. This meant that it was certain. It meant that sea god Cavituous was completely dead. Indeed, the ancient elven ruins on Serene Island are closely related to the hideout that Cavituous relies on to maintain its existence. The mandated punishers and the military had just obtained the Book of Calamity and learned about the ruins for less than 20 hours, but Cavituous couldn't hold on any longer. I originally thought that it would still be able to survive for another 2 to 3 days. Klein sighed and tried to divine if the official Beyonders had entered Cavituous's hideout. Unfortunately, due to the lack of the corresponding information, His divination failed, and he didn't receive any revelations. After some thought, Klein changed his train of thought. He removed his spirit pendulum and divined if there would be any danger when he explored Cavituous's hideout. This involved him, and he quickly came to a conclusion. The topaz pendant spun counterclockwise. It wasn't too fast, nor was it too large. There's danger, but it's bearable. It's even less dangerous than the sacrificial ritual from before. Klein nodded gently and returned to the real world to begin preparations for his operation. He first locked the bedroom door, then set up a ritual to summon himself. Returning above the gray fog, Klein picked up the Dark Emperor card and placed it in his spirit body. All of a sudden, he became so solid that he seemed to have flesh and blood. The dark mist that emanated from the surroundings stuck to the surface of his body and formed a majestic full-body armor that seemed to be solid. However, on his head was a pitch-black, gorgeous crown. Looking at the human-skinned glove on the table, Klein hesitated to wear it. Above the gray fog, creeping hunger was almost sealed, not daring to make any abnormal movements. But as long as he left this place, the uncontrollable hunger would cause harm to its carrier, be it a living person or a spirit body. Klein was considering if the Dark Emperor card's high level could suppress creeping hunger in his spirit body and allow it to remain normal. I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll immediately end the summoning and return here. This won't take up much time, and there's no danger. Klein picked up creeping hunger and wore it over the iron-black glove. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the door of summoning, and with the help of the expanding candle flame, he arrived in the real world. Without any negligence, Klein's first reaction was to check the state of creeping hunger. He discovered that it was peaceful and had submitted to the Dark Emperor card's high level. Not bad. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and placed the mystical items such as Aztec's copper whistle, biological poison bottle, and sun brooch into his body. Finally, he picked up the black hardwood cane and prepared to use it to search for the lost iron cigar case that had been tainted with the gray fog's aura. Of course, to find Cavituous's hiding place, he had to first enter the spirit world and locate it from within. Otherwise, it would only result in failure. As for the problem of entering the spirit world, Klein didn't consider the three methods provided by Mr. Aztec. As a spirit body with intelligence and the ability to think, how could he not be able to find the spirit world and enter it? He calmed down a little and visualized the scene of countless spheres of light gathering. His body and mind quickly calmed down, and his thoughts gradually emptied. Bit by bit, his spirituality extended and unfurled. Soon, he discovered that his surroundings were filled with indescribable illusory and transparent objects. All the colors had become bright and distinct, but they overlapped with each other. The gray fog was so faint that it was like nothingness enveloped everything. In the depths, high up in the sky, there were 7 lustrous lights of different colors slowly swimming about. They seemed to be alive and contained endless knowledge. This was the spirit world. It completely overlapped with reality and was everywhere. If I happen to encounter the mandated punishers or military personnel, I'll end the summoning and return above the gray fog. Klein took a step forward and entered the spirit world in a simple manner. He felt his body turn illusory. The black cloak behind him gently fluttered as the hardwood cane in his hand stood upright. He spoke in a deep and dignified voice. "The location of my exclusive iron cigar case." As he muttered, Klein inexplicably tensed up. This was because in the rich and distinct colors around him, pairs of indifferent and strange eyes looked over. After repeating it 7 times, Klein released his palm and waited for the revelation. The black hardwood cane floated up and floated forward at an unhurried pace. Klein followed it and flew through the real and illusory, strange and mysterious spirit world. Here, as long as one didn't have a fixed position, it was very easy to get completely lost and never get out. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Klein. If he really got lost, he could end the summoning and directly return above the gray fog. Klein chased after the black cane that was thrown up and down from time to time. He shuttled through the distinct and overlapping colors, passing by half-hidden spirit world creatures that couldn't be accurately described. It was difficult to know how far he was from his destination. Suddenly, he saw an eye. It was a round eye with distinct black and white. The eye looked at him without blinking. It didn't have a head, nor did it have a corresponding body. P.S. There will be an early update at midnight. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 553. The huge black and white eye appeared translucent as it quietly floated behind the rich, bright overlapping colors. There was no sign of hostility or friendliness. At that instant, Klein recalled a passage in Sights in the Spirit World. The ancestor of the House of Abraham had said, "Try not to look into the eyes of any spirit world creature for more than 3 seconds. Try not to stare at any spirit world creature for more than 3 seconds. This is considered a provocation, unless they have already expressed a message that they want to communicate. Also, don't make yourself appear panicked and nervous, which will increase the desire of certain predators to attack." The corresponding words flowed through his heart as Klein retracted his gaze and continued to chase, the hardwood cane flying in front of him at a moderate speed. He was wearing black full-body armor, a pitch-black crown, and a cloak of the same color. His figure entered the round eye and quickly flashed past, disappearing without triggering any changes. In essence, the spirit world is a very dangerous place. If I'm not careful, I might encounter a terrifying existence at the demigod level. As Klein continued traversing, he realized that it was rather chaotic. Although the 7 lustrous lights, which could have marked his location, were always located high up, covering the sky, he could often see them beneath his feet, left and right. If it weren't for the black cane's positioning, Klein wouldn't have been able to tell the direction at all. Suddenly, through the thin fog of nothingness, he saw a floating castle on his lower left. It was completely black, with a towering spire and covered in vines. It had a Gothic feel to it. At the top of the castle stood a translucent woman. She was almost as tall as the castle, and she wore a complicated, gorgeous, and gloomy black dress. She didn't have a head, and there was a neat cut on her neck. Her drooping hands held 4 blonde, red-eyed, and bright-looking heads. If one looked carefully, they would discover that these heads were identical. When Klein, who was dressed as the Black Emperor, passed by, the 4 heads that the woman was holding blinked at the same time. Klein didn't respond as he continued flying forward as though he didn't see anything. The woman slowly turned around and let the heads in her hands watch him leave. What kind of monsters are these? Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, he saw the black cane rapidly fall. He hurriedly chased after it and once again tasted free fall. 7 or 8 seconds later, a faintly discernible collapsed building appeared in front of him. Outside the building floated a spirit world creature that resembled a giant jellyfish. It extended transparent tentacles covered in mucus and made the surrounding area its territory. At the tip of each tentacle was a white skull with deep eyes. As the tentacles swayed slowly and gently, they swayed continuously. The black cane passed through the strange spirit world creatures and hovered in front of the nearly illusory collapsed building. Found it? Klein was delighted at first, but then he looked at the giant jellyfish that was waving its skull. He was prepared for battle, but he didn't immediately take action. Instead, he attempted to emit the deep and dignified aura brought about by the Dark Emperor card's high-level characteristics. His gaze was indifferent as he looked into the dark and deep eye socket. After 3 frozen seconds, Klein said in a deep voice in ancient Hermes, "That's right, it's not a problem. Leave." The tentacle on top of the skull twitched twice, and the giant jellyfish slowly floated up and disappeared into the depths of the spirit world. "This Dark Emperor card is still quite useful. I'm even considering if I should throw Mr. Aztec's copper whistle. A descendant of death should still have some reputation in the spirit world. Klein heaved a sigh of relief, descended, and held the black, hardwood cane. Then, he fell into the ruins of the collapsed building with a hint of anticipation. To him, even if the Church of the Storm and the Royal Army had already found this place ahead of time and taken away the most valuable items, he would still be satisfied as long as there were some leftovers. Even if there's nothing left, it's enough to study the elven ruins and see what information they left behind. Klein passed through the curtain-like barrier of nothingness and suddenly felt the surrounding air turn viscous and heavy. Waves of light appeared around him. It came from the dark blue seawater that filled the area. At the bottom of the seawater was an ancient and gloomy ruin. All the buildings had already collapsed or half-collapsed. A huge pillar engraved with strange patterns and symbols extended out from the middle. It seemed to go straight to the top, as though it had supported this place in the past. But now it had snapped and was leaning against the top of a nearby building. Klein recognized this place and this pillar. This was where sea god Cavituous was hiding, a hidden place where reality and the spirit world fused. At this moment, an indignant, painful, angry, and crazy roar echoed for a long time without weakening. It was the resentful roar that Cavituous had let out before his death. It's indeed dead. Klein held the black cane and landed on the bluish-gray stone path in front of the ancient ruin. On both sides of the path were pillars that weren't considered thick or tall. On them were strange patterns that were different from the symbols and magic labels. And at the bottom of each stone pillar sat a figure. Some of them wore ancient robes, while others wore the trendy brown jacket. The moment they sensed someone approaching, they picked up their swords, axes, and other weapons. With stiff but agile movements, they got up and turned towards Klein, revealing their grayish-black faces that had been weathered for a long time and their shriveled bodies that were devoid of any flesh or blood. Their fanatical and numb gazes were cast at Klein, who was wearing a pitch-black crown and black armor. Cavituous's devout believer. However, this also means that the Church of the Storm and the Royal Army haven't found this place. Klein sighed and injected his spirituality into the brooch of the sun and muttered a word in ancient Hermes. Holy! He activated the holy oath that came with the brooch of the sun. Through the corresponding ancient Hermes word, he temporarily increased his attack's holy damage. But Klein shook his wrist and swung his cane. He crouched down slightly and charged at the first sea god guard that ran over. While running at high speeds, Klein suddenly turned his left side and dodged the enemy's cleaving axe. He then swung his forearm and used his cane to leave a clear grayish-white mark on the enemy's body. Clear golden flames silently soared up from the mark, instantly enveloping the sea god guard, burning it until it was on the verge of collapse. Thud! Klein exerted force with his feet and leaped past the enemy. Behind him, the completely dried sea god guard finally collapsed, turning to ashes in the golden flames. Thud! 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 Klein kept his back low as he quickly moved forward. From time to time, he would turn his body sideways and at other times, he would pass by the sea god guard. At the same time, he brandished his cane, lashing, stabbing, slashing, and leaving different marks on the mummified guards. Thud! 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 Klein passed through this path, and arrived in front of the half-collapsed ruin. Behind the black cloak he gently raised, the sea god guards turned into golden torches, illuminating the bluish-gray stone slabs and the patterned pillars. Amidst the chaotic dance, the guards collapsed one after another, never to move again. Klein walked up the stairs and entered the building where the half-collapsed pillar was. The first thing that entered his eyes was an unimaginably huge bluish-blue sea serpent. Its scales were slippery and covered in patterns that resembled the various symbols in the ruin. It opened its huge mouth and bit down on the pillar, and its curved milky white fangs pierced in. Below its head, its body hung to the ground, coiling around a third of the vast hall like an undulating blue hill. However, it was covered with all kinds of wounds, some of which were badly mutilated, and some of which even revealed its bones. Its body had already produced specks of mysterious bluish-blue light. They quickly gathered towards a tooth that was longer than a human's arm, causing the slightly curved sharp bone to slowly straighten. Its dying howl echoed intensely, causing Klein's corporeal spirit body to show slight signs of instability. At this moment, beside Cavituous was an elder wearing a clergyman's bonnet. His hair was white and his body was like gray rock. His face was close to the snake's body, and his throat produced an indiscernible sound. It was unknown what he was doing. Around the gigantic snake body were dried corpses that seemed to have been eroded by the wind. They were the same as the sea god's guards outside, but they were even more bizarre. Their abdomens were swollen and even ruptured. In addition, their mouths were stained with dark red blood, and there were greenish-blue strips of flesh hanging from them. Similarly, bluish-blue light seeped out from their bodies and surged towards the white fang that was gradually straightening. Before Klein could think about what such a scene meant, the elder who was sprawled on Cavituous's body and wearing a clergyman's bonnet shakily straightened his body and turned around. His eyes shimmered with a bluish-blue glow, and the corners of his mouth were blood-red as his teeth tore at a piece of meat. Where his face had been, Cavituous's snake body was in a mess. It was missing a lot of flesh and blood, and his bones could almost be seen. He was eating sea god Cavituous's corpse raw. Klein frowned as he roughly understood what had happened. After Cavituous died, the priests and guards in the hall lost control and began to crazily devour its flesh. At this moment, the Beyonder characteristic had yet to completely seep out. Cavituous's body contained a rather large portion of it, and as a result, many guards suffered from excessive potions or conflicting characteristics of different pathways. They collapsed on the spot and died completely. However, there were always lucky ones who survived the sudden death stage. They would either lose control and become a disgusting monster, or they would directly skip several sequences and become a powerhouse. Or, due to the mixing of different pathways' characteristics, they would become lunatics with twisted and evil powers. And no matter which one it was a rather dangerous thing. Klein's gaze moved down from the surviving priest's face to his belly that was bulging like a pregnant woman's. It was bulging and contracting forcefully, as though there was a huge heart there. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes on Monday Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Chapter 554. In the ruins filled with seawater and half-fused with the spirit world, the black-armored Klein stood by the door of the central hall. Inside was the blue snake that had been gnawed on, and the old priest whose abdomen was bulging. The latter's skin was grayish-black, as though he had been air-dried for a long time. His eyes shimmered with a blue glow as he stared intently at the guest wearing a pitch-black crown, as though he was considering where to start. Without any hesitation, Klein reached into his body with his right hand and took out a brown, translucent bottle. Following that, he extended his left palm forward and quickly twisted open the lid. Then, he casually threw the biological poison bottle into a corner of the hall. The environment here was half underwater. Apart from holy fire, which could incinerate the dead and evil, there were no other flames. This limited the two important powers of Klein's magician's sequence. Therefore, he could only push his other advantages to the extreme from the very beginning. At the same time that he threw out the biological poison bottle, Klein's left glove quickly turned resplendent, as though it was reflecting the afternoon sun. Around him, the surging seawater was dyed golden as it spread out layer after layer. This was the power of the priest of light in creeping hunger, purification halo. Having eaten a portion of sea god Cavituous's body raw, the old priest naturally wasn't polite. He watched as Klein prepared for battle in a chivalrous manner. The blue glow in his eyes suddenly brightened as his bulging abdomen swelled up. Woo! An ethereal but shrill sound came from his body, instantly enveloping the entire ruins. This sound was like the singing of a nightingale's soul. It was beautiful, pleasant, and serene, but it was also bone-chilling as it seeped into one's heart. Klein froze on the spot. All his thoughts instantly froze in his mind as though they had encountered an extremely cold wave. The old priest's body instantly swelled up, as though he was a revived Cavituous or a giant that walked out of myths and legends. Beneath his torn robes, blue, slippery tentacles drilled out. They swirled with silver lightning as they quickly reached out and danced in midair, lashing at the stunned Klein. Sizzle! With a burst of silver light, Klein was sent flying and crashed heavily into the doorway. The black armor on his body dimmed, and many cracks appeared on it. The cane in his hand was unconsciously thrown far away. His mind was abnormally calm. In a situation where it was almost frozen, he didn't even think of using paper figurine substitute. He took the blow head-on. If it wasn't for the Dark Emperor card and Aztec's copper whistle reinforcing his spirit body, he would have definitely been severely injured or even killed instantly with his Sequence 6 essence. The tentacles surged over again, slapping downwards. Klein, who was electrocuted, awake, rolled nimbly and barely dodged the attack. He glanced at the other party's physique, then immediately turned around and ran out of the door. He ran without hesitation, resolute and resolute. Thud! 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 Klein flew and ran, looking like he was fleeing for his life. The old priest's blue tentacles, which were wrapped with silver lightning, chased after him, hoping to pull him back into the hall. However, he would always nimbly turn around and nimbly roll away in time. Seeing that it was impossible to get what he wanted, the old priest's abdomen swelled up once again. His clear and cold voice resounded throughout the ruins once again. But this time, Klein was prepared. Although his body was stiff and sluggish, it was soaked through by the seawater, turning into a pile of rotten paper. The old priest finally moved. He took heavy but fast steps in an attempt to chase after his enemy. With his massive body, he rushed to the door and slammed into the collapsed roof and walls with a bang. The door here could originally allow a gigantic creature like Cavituous to pass through, but the collapse of the ruins and the madness of this sea god before his death had successfully caused the place to collapse. The door was only buried to a height of 2 meters and a width of 1 meter. As for the old priest, who was clearly in an abnormal state of mind, he slammed into it and nearly got stuck. Klein, who had been waiting for this opportunity, immediately stopped and turned around. He half closed his eyes, straightened his back, and opened his arms. A dazzling beam of light surrounded by some golden flames descended from the sky and hit the old priest's body. The pieces of his robe that were hanging on the surface of his body were immediately set ablaze. His grayish-black skin and flesh fell off piece by piece, melting and evaporating in the pure brilliance. It was only then that Klein clearly saw what was wrong with the old priest's abdomen. It was swollen badly, and a few areas were particularly obvious, forming the overall outline of 2 eyes and a mouth. It was as if there was a person hiding in the old priest's abdomen, and the person was sticking his face there, trying to crawl out. Bang! The old priest exerted force with his legs that were covered in burnt snakeskin, and his entire body crashed out of the collapsed door, sending rocks flying and seawater surging. He finally escaped the pillar of light, but his body was covered in hideous wounds caused by falling flesh and blood. Even the face on his abdomen was covered in melted marks. Tap, tap, tap. The old priest's greenish-blue tentacles danced, bringing with them silver lightning as they lashed at Klein from all directions. The face on his abdomen cooperated by letting out sounds that made the spirit body quiet from time to time. Klein was either running, rolling, or circling as he calmly dealt with the old priest. One on the left, one on the right, one on the front, and the other on the back, as though they were dancing a wild dance. During this process, he relied on paper figurine substitutes to withstand the ethereal but cold screams. Occasionally, he would roar and use the wraith's screams to agitate the old priest, forcefully interrupting the face on his abdomen before it could make a sound. As time passed, the crazy old priest suddenly raised his motionless hands and pressed them on his abdomen. With a tug of his arms, he forcefully tore the mouth that was only an outline into a gash. Greenish-blue pus spewed out from within, and dense and sharp teeth grew out. Another roar sounded as the surrounding seawater surged towards the mouth, forming a terrifying vortex that Cavituous had once created. Klein, who was dressed as the Black Emperor, was sucked over as the surrounding lightning tentacles retracted in a bid to hug him. Klein didn't panic. The glove on his left hand quickly turned as though it was made of pure gold. In midair, his eyes stared at the face on the old priest's abdomen and the seawater vortex below. Two blinding bolts of lightning suddenly lit up in his pupils. Interrogator, psychic piercing. The old priest suddenly froze as the face on his abdomen scrunched up. The vortex that emitted a terrifying suction force instantly collapsed. Amidst the surging waves, Klein lowered his body and shuttled through the weak spots like a fish, dodging the flailing greenish-blue tentacles. Amidst the constantly flashing silver-white lightning, he rushed to the old priest's side. At some point in time, the color of his glove had turned a pale green. The muscles on Klein's back bulged as he punched out with both fists, hitting the old priest's thigh near his knee. Bang! 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 His fists emitted a cold aura, sending the old priest's flesh and blood flying. His right leg was covered in a thin layer of frost, and the surrounding seawater was completely frozen. This was a zombie's control over ice elemental powers. Amidst the old priest's tragic cries, the tentacles lashed back like whips as the silver-white light illuminated the entire ruins. At this moment, Klein wasn't greedy. He stopped in time and continuously rolled backward, dodging the crazy attack that had shattered the stone slabs on the ground. He stood up, and while the old priest was still frozen in place, he made the glove on his left hand emit a sun-like color once again. Klein straightened his body and took a pose that praised the sun. A thick, clear pillar of holy light descended once again, enveloping the huge old priest. Klein saw the enemy's grayish-black flesh rapidly disintegrating. He saw the face on his abdomen melt, revealing the situation inside. Inside the old priest's abdomen, the heart, stomach, intestines, and other organs were jumbled together, forming the face of a sea serpent. Cavituous actually still has some mental strength left. A demigod's will is truly stronger than I imagined. Klein rolled again and dodged the spear-like greenish-blue tentacles. The tentacles, wrapped in lightning, were melted by the holy pillar of light and stabbed into the ground, twitching, twisting, and squirming. The clear pillar of light quickly dissipated, and the sinister snake face on the old priest's abdomen stubbornly opened its mouth. At this moment, the old priest bent his waist and let out a series of violent coughs. The snake face's efforts came to an abrupt halt. The biological poison bottle was finally effective. Klein didn't let go of this opportunity. He stood up again, opened his arms, and embraced the sun. The pillar of light with many golden flames illuminated the area. The old shaman's figure was first stooped, then shrunk, as if he was evaporating. The snake face on his abdomen completely melted after a shrill scream. When the light dissipated, the old priest had already returned to his original size. His bones were almost melted, and pieces of grayish-black flesh hung from them. His aura rapidly dimmed, and his spirit rapidly disintegrated. Klein rushed over and, relying on his wraith state, performed spirit channeling. He wanted to confirm if the old priest was guilty. He believed that he had to stick to this bottom line. This was not only his own will, but also a precaution against degeneration and madness. In the blink of an eye, he saw scenes of the old priest presiding over the living sacrifice. Without any hesitation, Klein extended his left palm and let the long-starved glove taste the delicacy. The flesh, spirituality, and white bones quickly surged into the hideous mouth in his palm. Blue light seeped out, accompanied by some darkness. During the spirit channeling, Klein confirmed that the old priest was a soul assurer when he was alive. The potion formula and Beyonder ingredients came from the Church of the God of Combat in the Faceak Empire. And when he became a Sea God's Guard, he had already lost his mind and only knew how to obey orders. After Cavituous died, he followed his instinctive desires and ate the flesh and blood of the deity he believed in. Finally, there was a clash of characteristics and he was twisted into a monster. Just as creeping hunger was having its fill, all the Beyonder characteristics on the ground suddenly surged, transforming into a hurricane that swept into the hall and into the white Fong that was no longer curved. Klein looked over and saw that Cavituous's remains had completely collapsed like mud. As for the snake Fong that had absorbed all the Beyonder characteristics here, it had turned into a short scepter and was silently stabbed into a half-collapsed pillar. At the top of the white scepter were tiny blue gems. Some of them were dyed black with the light of dawn. Seeing that creeping hunger had satisfied its appetite, Klein hurriedly ran into the hall and carefully approached the scepter. Before he even came into contact with it, he heard layers of illusory pleas. Hallucinations appeared in front of him. He saw believers prostrating themselves in prayer, as well as the resistance who were wailing endlessly over the destruction of the statue. P.S. I've received 2 chapters today. Please recommend them also, correct the first 2 mistakes. Chapter 64. The Timeline in the Spirit World. Alger should have said yesterday morning, not this morning. Klein described Cavituous's death less than 20 hours after the mandated punishers obtained the Book of Calamity. He changed it to a little more than a day. I don't know why I got the time wrong back then. Also, Alger meant that he had obtained the anesthetic gas for nearly a week, which meant that he had skipped this week's tarot gathering. In order not to disrupt Sea God's rhythm, and since he had already explained the change in perspective, there was no need to repeat it. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 555. As the layers of illusory prayers entered his ears, Klein felt as though he had a physical body. Deep in his head, he felt a throbbing pain. He wished he could slam his head against the wall to stop the pain. The scenes of different people praying made him feel an uncontrollable and abnormally terrifying dizziness. It was as though he was walking on the edge of an abyss and would fall at any moment. It was only because he had the Dark Emperor card and Aztec's copper whistle that he was used to being prayed to. If it were any other non-demigod sequence Beyonder, they would have lost control and collapsed in pain, transforming into a monster or collapsing into a pile of flesh and blood. All the Beyonder characteristics here have been combined into a sealed artifact with the help of the snake tooth. Furthermore, the danger level and negative effects far exceed that of a Grade 2 sealed artifact. Klein didn't blindly move forward. Instead, he took a few steps back and left the area where the prayers were concentrated to alleviate the pain and dizziness that could cause his spirit body to collapse. He stood beside Cavituous's mud-like body and stared at the white scepter that was stuck in the half-collapsed pillar, thinking about how to take it away. At the same time, he had already naturally given the sealed artifact a name. Sea God's Scepter. Yes, from the feeling and reaction just now I can barely get close to it and pull it out, but I can only last for a few seconds. I can't carry it or use it. However, it doesn't matter. Once I get it, I'll end the summoning and return above the gray fog. That place can effectively shield me from the thousands of prayers and the temporarily unknown negative effects, allowing me to study it without worry. Klein quickly came up with an idea. There was no need to flip a coin. In his wraith state, he could instinctively communicate with the spirit world and receive a revelation. His spiritual intuition told him that there wasn't much danger. With his decision made, Klein began to clean up the mess and see what he could discover in the ancient elven ruins. He first walked to a corner, picked up the translucent biological poison bottle, screwed the lid back on, and stuffed it into his body. Then, when he turned his head, he realized that there was an iron cigar case half hidden under Cavituous's mud-like body. I thought it had been swallowed by Cavituous and corroded into dregs. Klein clicked his tongue in wonder as he quickly walked over. As he was a little numb from the electric currents dissipating from the seawater, he raised his right hand and let the iron cigar case slowly float up and land in his palm. With a sweep of his gaze, Klein saw that the surface of the iron cigar case was covered with signs of corrosion, but it was barely usable. As for the other items that had been sucked away by the whirlpool, there was nothing left. Did the aura of the gray fog make Helvetia uncomfortable, causing it to vomit on the spot, or did the iron cigar case undergo a certain mutation, slowing down the corrosion and allowing it to last until Helvetia died? While he was puzzled, Klein had already put the cigar case back into his body. In such a situation, he had to make every second count without any delay. This was because he didn't know when the Church of Storms and the kingdom's military would find him. As he could. There should have been a lot of murals here, but they had disappeared with the destruction of the wall. Klein flew all the way to the end and saw an exquisite throne that was buried by stones and pillars. Only about a third of it was exposed. On the left side of the throne, there was half of a mural. It was a confrontation between two figures. Looking down at the enemy from above was a man who was stepping on the waves with dark clouds above his head. He had a softer contour that resembled the oriental charm of Klein's previous life. In his hand was a spear made of pure electric light, and in the background was the ocean that drowned everything. Below the man was a man in a simple white robe. His face was blurry, and it was hard to tell his age. He could barely tell that he was a man. There was a halo behind the head of the white-robed man with a classical aura. It quietly radiated brilliance like a sun. Under his feet, there was an illusory circle divided into 12 squares. Each square had a symbol that symbolized a different time. Behind him was a shadow that looked like a curtain, and there seemed to be an eye peeping outside in the shadow. With his solid foundation in mysticism and rich knowledge from various sources, Klein quickly made an interpretation. Waves, storms, dark clouds, lightning. This should be the ancient god, elf king Saniathrim. Indeed, just like the legends, the elves' facial features are rather soft. This ancient lord of storms doesn't give off a violent vibe, and he looks surprisingly good. This is a mural from an elf ruin. It's very normal to beautify one's own deity. A halo that resembles the sun, 12 circles that symbolize time. Isn't this Amon and Adam's father, the creator who is said to be the ancient god of the sun in the outside world, and the omnipotent and omniscient god in the city of silver? Behind him, there's a shadow curtain, and there's an eye hidden behind the curtain. That's right, the true creator has an image of the eye behind the shadow curtain. Note 1. Indeed, this is the creator who took back the authority of the ancient gods and has 8 kings of angels following him? This mural describes the battle between elf king Saniathrim and the creator? Klein retracted his gaze and searched for other valuable items. Following his spiritual intuition, he came to the side of the throne, reached his hand into the bottom of the collapsed rocks and pillars, and took out an item. It was a golden wine cup that had been flattened. Its surface was engraved with complicated and exquisite patterns, and its legs were already bent. At the bottom was a line of elvish text, Calamity, Kohainam. The original owner of this ruin is a high elf named Kohainam? He is called Calamity? It matches the Book of Calamity that Letitia and company discovered. The two ruins should belong to the high elf, Kohainam, and there's a rather miraculous connection between them. Unfortunately, this golden wine cup is just a wine cup. It only has some spirituality because it's engraved with the true name of a high elf. If Kohainam hadn't perished, even if it's just a true name, it would have given the wine cup extraordinary powers. Unfortunately, Klein's initial judgment was that Kohainam was completely dead, because sea god Cavituous was his successor. However, Klein couldn't be sure. This was because after hundreds or thousands of years, the Book of Calamity still had the trait of making a beyonder like Letitia, who wasn't a low-sequence beyonder, go crazy and lose control. Furthermore, this doesn't seem like something that sea god Cavituous can do. Could it be that the High Elf, Kohainum, has a mystic technique that separates his beyonder characteristics, and Cavituous only inherited a portion of it? The other portion is the source of the Book of Calamity's characteristics? Kohainum died but didn't die? Of course, when Cavituous consumed Kohainum's beyonder characteristic, he was just a beast without much intelligence. No one knows what happened back then. Perhaps a portion of the characteristic was lost and condensed into a sealed artifact. After Cavituous was defeated, it fell into the hands of the Church of the Storm. Yes, next week's tarot will ask Little Sun through the world. He should know who Kohainum is. Actually, there's no need to ask. He contributed 2 more pages of ancient mythology today. Next time, there might be a detailed description of the High Elves with a thought. Klein stuffed the wine cup into his body. After all, it was made of gold. Furthermore, even if the High Elf Kohainum wasn't dead and had a certain connection with the wine cup, the gray fog could shield and isolate it. After a round of inspection and seeing that there was nothing else, Klein quickly flew outside, picked up the black hardwood cane, and cleaned up the traces left behind from the battle. Then, he took out a paper figurine, shook it, and threw it out. It quickly soaked in the seawater and turned to powder. I can interfere with the first part, but I won't have the time or chance to do so after that. Thankfully, I'm currently disguised as the Black Emperor. The flesh and blood of Cavituous's remains are no longer valuable, and the bones are too heavy. It might affect me from holding the sea god's scepter. With the help of cogitation, Klein stabilized his condition and quickly flew towards the short bone scepter that was stuck in the half-collapsed pillar. The illusory pleas drilled into his ears once again. The pious, crying, fanatical, or numb prayers vaguely filled his vision. The throbbing pain and dizziness became more and more intense. With his rich experience, the Black Emperor card, and the reinforcement of Aztec's copper whistle, Klein barely managed to hold on and finally arrived beside the sea god's scepter. He reached out his right hand and grabbed the middle section of the bone scepter. As soon as the two came into contact, the scene in front of Klein instantly became clear. The illusory rumbling sounds in his ears instantly turned real. He saw the wheelchair-bound bald member of the resistance, Kalat, fall to the ground and crawl towards the self-destructing statue of Cavituous with great difficulty. He repeatedly chanted the honorific name as his eyes were filled with despair. He saw Edmonton, who had a blue sea snake tattoo, prostrating himself in front of another statue of Cavituous that was strangely bleeding. He kept banging his head against the ground until it was a bloody mess. He saw believers hiding in their homes in the slums, crying and praying numbly. The black full-body armor on Klein's body could no longer hold on and quickly collapsed. At the same time, his corporeal muscles bulged as he exerted strength in his hands. Amidst the echoing prayers and clear and numerous scenes, he suddenly pulled out the short bone scepter that symbolized sea god's authority. Splash! The seawater in the ruins surged violently, either shaking or collapsing into a whirlpool. Wearing the pitch-black crown, Klein calmly held the sea god's scepter. His figure vanished as he returned above the gray fog. When the familiar towering palace appeared in front of him, the prayers in his ears and the illusory scenes in front of him had already vanished. Klein sat on the high back chair that belonged to the fool. He raised his right palm and examined the sea god's scepter that was embedded with blue gems and was dyed with darkness and the light of dawn. Around the sealed artifact, countless points of light floated. Each point seemed to correspond to a praying believer. This made the milky white body of the scepter glow, making it look both illusory and holy. At that moment, Klein felt that the scepter was sea god himself. Note 1. See Part 1, Chapter 93. Chapter 556. After some effort, Klein gained a basic understanding of the sea god scepter's powers. It could create tsunamis, create hurricanes, produce torrential rains, and bring about lightning strike. It could allow a person to fly in the sky and wander the bottom of the sea without any restrictions. It was nearly indestructible and could directly smash an enemy's head. It could allow the wielder to never get lost without any other powerful factors stacking on top of each other. It could provide an unimaginable balance, controlling many underwater creatures and responding to the prayers of believers. It could also allow the wielder to obtain the strength of a sea monster, making them the ruler of a region of the sea. To Klein, this was truly at the level of a deity. Even on Earth, he could resist an aircraft carrier strike group. Although he was a Sequence 6 and had quite a number of practical Beyonder powers, making him a true powerhouse in the eyes of ordinary people, a figure that only existed in legends, he was essentially still weak. He was still closer to a person. If the situation was suitable, a revolver would be enough to finish him off. Of course, reviving after death and opening the coffin was another matter altogether. As for the powers possessed by the sea god scepter, they all exceeded the level of person. It was the power of a deity or a devil in the eyes of the people in folklore. It's no wonder he's called a demigod from Sequence 4 onwards. He's really more like a god than a person. Klein sighed silently before giving a self-deprecating laugh. If I could use the sea god scepter normally, I could already be a high-ranking deacon of the Nighthawks, becoming one of the 20 or so people with the most authority in the church. If Zangwill didn't have 0-08 and was at sea, I could immediately seek revenge on him. I might even have quite a high chance of success. But can I use the sea god scepter normally? No, Klein had just discovered that the negative effects of the sea god scepter were astounding. In the Church of Evernight, it could easily obtain the evaluation of a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Furthermore, it was unknown how many researchers had to die to figure out the best sealing and usage method. The sea god scepter had a total of 3 negative effects. First, it would make the holder irascible. They would become easily enraged, and it would be easy for them to become hot-headed. The second was to periodically freeze the thoughts of all living creatures within a certain range and drain their blood, including the holder. As for how large the range was and the specific number of cycles, it was difficult for Klein, who was not a professional researcher, to give an accurate description. He could only make a rough estimate that the range was 600 meters to 1,000 meters, and the cycle was 20 to 35 minutes. The third method was to gather and display the prayers of the worshippers, complete with sound and images. This would easily cause non-semi-god wielders whose spirits weren't strong enough to directly collapse and lose control. The first one is still alright. If I only use it for a short period of time, anger and irascibility are acceptable. To put it simply, with such a powerful sealed artifact, I just need to act rashly. Third, there's actually a way to avoid it. Sea God's response to faith has a distance limit. That is to say, as long as I leave the Rørsted archipelago and the surrounding waters, I won't be able to receive the signal, so I won't be affected. Yes. If I keep it above the gray fog, it seems to be able to break through the distance limit. However, the sounds and images of the prayers will be blocked and reduced to points of light. It won't affect me at all, allowing me to freely choose whether to respond, who to respond to, and how to respond, and when I respond, I can use the power of the sea god scepter. The biggest problem is the second one. It's fine for me. When I transform into the Black Emperor, I'm a wraith without any blood, so I'm not afraid of being drained. However, the surrounding creatures are in trouble. This doesn't differentiate between friend and foe, and the cycle isn't easy to grasp. I can't just discuss with the enemy and change the time and location when I encounter danger, right? Klein thought carefully and imagined a few scenarios in which he could use the sea god scepter, but they all relied on the environment and accurate judgment beforehand. It wasn't very feasible. Phew. Could it be that its fate is to stay above the gray fog and give people like Amon a shuttle, no, a bolt of lightning when they attempt to sneak up? Right, there's another use. When Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man pray for help, I won't only have the paper angel as an option. I can also provide rain or wind. Of course, this can be like the purification powers of the brooch of the sun. I can use the paper angel as a carrier, seriously thinking about it, with the sea god scepter. I can act like a real demigod above the gray fog. Klein's mood gradually turned better because he realized that the sea god scepter wasn't completely unusable at the moment. This allowed him to do a lot more flashy things. He retracted his attention and cast his gaze back at the white-boned staff with blue gems embedded at its tip. He considered another question, whether he should respond to the prayers of the sea god believers. Cavituous is already dead. There's no need to provide those people with a target of faith. However, even if the priests and upper echelons of the resistance who are still alive notice the abnormality and don't receive any response, they won't truly accept the worst outcome for a very long period of time. Humans will always hope that they will get lucky. They are used to consoling and hypnotizing themselves, especially when they are in a dangerous environment where there's no light of dawn. Just like the City of Silver. More than 2,000 years have passed, but they are still offering sacrifices to the Creator. They believe that they have been abandoned and that they will one day receive a response again. In other words, if the fanatical believers of Sea God don't receive a response, not only will they not believe that Cavituous is dead, they will stop the live sacrifices. They will also increase their efforts, hoping to obtain the blessings of the deity once again. Without a few years or more of propaganda and blows, it will be very difficult for them to wake up. When the resistance loses the support of a native deity like Cavituous, I'm afraid they can only lean towards Fasak or Intis. At that time, with their extreme beliefs, they might very well be driven to do inhumane things. For example, attacking places where commoners gather, or letting those children who still have some innocence in their eyes stand in front of them. I need to give them some guidance. I need to tell them what the correct method of faith is, but I can't burden myself. All I need to do is give them some help within my capabilities. I'm not responsible for saving their fates. Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his fingers and suddenly chuckled. Aren't we going to do real acting? Sea God Cavituous is a good target. I just don't know if this counts as experiencing the gray fog's isolation, preventing me from receiving any feedback. I have to give it a try to figure it out. Klein quickly made a decision and felt inexplicably refreshed. He deliberated for a moment before conjuring the scene he needed. Then, he held the sea god's scepter, emanated his spirituality, and made contact with one of the points of light. In a hidden cave in the Blue Mountain Islands forest, the bald resistance member, Kalat, fell off his wheelchair. His eyes were filled with despair and confusion as he crawled towards the self-destructing statue of Cavituous. He vaguely sensed something, but he was unwilling to believe it. This meant that all his persistence, all his sacrifices, and all his pain would be meaningless. No. He screamed silently as he kept chanting sea god Cavituous's honorific name in an attempt to get a response from the deity. He propped himself up with his elbows and dug his fingers into the mud. Inch by inch, he moved in front of the shattered statue and picked up the sea serpent's head that was carved from stone. He discovered that its eyes had strangely sunken into black holes, and its teeth had fallen off one by one. Kalat nearly froze as his vision seemed to lose its light. At this moment, he suddenly saw a blurry figure. Behind the figure was a dark blue tsunami that surged into the sky and silver bolts of lightning that branched out like tree branches. In his shock, Kalat instinctively lowered his head as an unbelievable joy surged in his heart. He saw that the soles of the figure's feet were surrounded by waves, and that it was surrounded by hurricanes. Its entire body was dignified and sacred, lofty and vast. Then, he heard an indifferent and grand voice. I have returned. As the voice echoed, Kalat inexplicably shed tears. 10 minutes after Klein left, in the underwater ruins that had fused with the spirit world, 10 minutes after he left, the seawater that filled the area suddenly splashed and poured out. In just 20 to 30 seconds, the elven ruins were as dry as land. Fresh hurricanes blew in, bringing in breathable gases. One figure after another descended from the hurricane. The leader was a tall and burly middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. His facial features were chiseled, and his muscles were clearly defined. His loose storm priest robe was stretched out. He was none other than the Cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the Archbishop of the Roarsted Sea, a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, Sea King John Cotman. He had a pair of dark blue eyes, and his hair of the same color was twice as thick as a normal person's. They were like tiny worms with tentacles. Behind John Cotman were quite a number of mandated Punishers and military members. They were looking at their surroundings with anticipation and caution, not relaxing their requirements just because there was a demigod protecting them. At that moment, they heard a grunt before they were swept up by the hurricanes and arrived at the entrance of the ruins hall in one go. They saw a gigantic sea serpent lying inside with its bones exposed. Apart from that, there was nothing else. "Who is it?" John Cotman suppressed his anger and growled. As he shouted these words, a wave crashed down from above. The waves reverberated in the half-collapsed hall, quickly calming down to the surface of a windless lake. The surface of the lake reflected the scene from before. An indistinct figure had pulled out a white staff embedded with a blue gem, causing the seawater to surge and the ruins to shake. John Cotman took a deep breath and turned his back to the crowd. "Find him." At this moment, Klein had already selected 10 or so relatively important believers and responded to them one by one. He mainly gave a new holy covenant. "I have returned. It is time to forgive the past and redeem you. First commandment, do not make living sacrifices. Do not use humans as sacrifices." Chapter 557. Second commandment, do not take my name in vain. Third commandment, there shall be no other gods. Fourth commandment, love your father, your mother, your husband, your wife, your children, as you love me. The fifth commandment, thou shalt not commit adultery. The sixth commandment, do not kill the innocent. Seventh commandment, do not lie, do not accuse, and do not break promises. The eighth commandment, serve me with your heart, not with a sacrifice. The ninth commandment, those who commit petty crimes must first atone for their sins before they are forgiven. The 10th commandment, help your compatriots and companions, praise my name. The holy covenants echoed in the ears of Kalat, the bald-headed rebel, making him completely kneel and bury his head on the ground. He could not help but shiver in awe, fear, and excitement. As a mid-sequence beyonder, a member of the resistance who had once been educated in the Fasak Empire, he had sufficient knowledge. He knew that the worship of the sea god was mostly based on fear, fear of powerful strength, fear of the natural risks that humans couldn't resist. Many rituals still retained primitive bloodshed, and it was an inhumane, uncivilized, and backward faith that would be eliminated sooner or later. However, the faith he had cultivated since he was a child made him not dare to disobey the oracle. He could only bury the idea of modifying the ritual process deep in his heart and try his best to avoid the parts that conflicted with his own ideas. Now, the sea god's sudden change made him extremely happy. It was as if he was watching a primitive totem evolve into a true god. We are blessed. The resistance is blessed. The true believers are blessed. Kalat raised his head slightly, his vision blurred. He spread his hands sincerely and pressed them to his lip. I will follow your path as I praise your name. The blurry figure in front of him disappeared, the loud voice in his ears disappeared, and the scene in the cave returned to its original state. But Kalat knew that everything was no longer the same. He moved his elbows and quickly crawled back to the wheelchair. He sat on it again and turned to the other side of the cave. Colott soon encountered Edmonton. The rebel with the blue sea snake tattoo stood in front of the strange bleeding statue. His forehead was a mixture of red and black, dirty and ferocious. However, Edmonton's expression was one of joy, excitement, and satisfaction. He looked at Colott and blurted out a question. "Did you receive an oracle?" "Yes, it's the breath of God, just like before." Colott nodded excitedly. "Not only has God returned to the earth, but he has also reforged his holy covenant." Edmonton heaved a sigh of relief. "I suspected that I was hallucinating. It seems that as long as an outsider touches the holy sword, God will be able to reappear on the earth. There's no need to lift it completely." Colott agreed. "That is indeed the case. The reason why the statues are broken and bleeding is because God has changed his image. We must build a new one. Just follow what we saw earlier. God also showed his sacred emblem. Above the symbol of the waves was a lightning-shaped scepter, surrounded by strong winds," Edmonton said as he recalled. Colott immediately patted the armrest of the wheelchair. "Let's go find the high priest now. He should have received the oracle as well. We will welcome the new world." Above the gray fog, Klein put down the sea god's scepter and rubbed his temples in exhaustion. He had just noticed a problem. The sea god's scepter could respond to ritualistic magic, which was to provide a certain amount of power to help the prayers complete the ritual and achieve their goals. However, it could only be concentrated in one's own domain, and it couldn't exceed the upper limit. What it could do was rather limited. For example, the Evernight goddess could influence fate to allow her believers to naturally obtain the money they needed to repay their debt. As for the sea god scepter, it could at most forge the white paper on the altar into cash. Furthermore, it wouldn't take long for it to lose its effectiveness and return to its true form. This is the difference between a fake god and a true god. Besides, outside the gray fog, as long as the procedures and the sacrificial chant are followed, the sea god's scepter can automatically respond to ritualistic magic, unless more than half of its power is needed at once. This might be why the steps of ritualistic magic are very important above the gray fog. The prayers have been blocked and reduced to points of light. The sea god's scepter can no longer automatically respond, and I have to handle it manually. This is rather troublesome. I can't stay here all the time. Of course, there's also an advantage to this. As long as the prayer isn't wrong and accurately points to the sea god's scepter, no matter how perfunctory the ritualistic steps are, I can still receive a response. There's only one prerequisite. I'm in a good mood when I have the time. I have to think of a way to make the sea god's scepter become an automatic answering machine even above the gray fog. Making a paper angel? That's useless. Without injecting a soul. Becoming a mechanical puppet that deals with the repetitive and complicated ritualistic magic responses? I wonder if a marionettist has such abilities. At the very least, Rossigo only showed the trait of controlling people like puppets. Klein's thoughts gradually settled as his gaze moved to the iron cigar case. After some research, he discovered that the heavily corroded cigar case had undergone a certain mutation. It had become sturdier and more resistant to corrosion, but it was still within a range that normal humans could understand and accept. It doesn't possess any special qualities. But if I leave it here for a few years or decades, or if I store a beyonder characteristic or mystical item for an extended period of time, perhaps one day, it can really evolve into a sealing box that will gradually lose its effects. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he turned his head to look at the junk piled in the corner. They were covered by the gray fog and were nearly one with the surroundings. Heh. Klein laughed dryly and retracted his gaze. He played with the golden wine cup that had been crushed and confirmed that there wasn't any problem with it. After doing all of this, he entered the real world, summoned himself again, and brought the sun brooch and other items back to his hotel room. At this moment, the clouds in the sky had dispersed and the moon was clear. The crimson tranquility sprinkled down, and the entire city of generosity, Byam, remained asleep in its dreams. 9 in the morning, Cathedral of Waves. Alger was summoned and once again met the diocesan bishop, Chogo, in the name of confessing. Find this person. Chogo handed over the portrait in his hand. Another mission. What's going on recently? Alger muttered inwardly as he casually unfolded the paper. When he saw the contents of the portrait, he almost couldn't control his laughter. It was impossible to tell whether the person was a man or a woman, or what they looked like. How was he to find them? In an instant a thought came to him, and without hiding the changes in his emotions, he deliberately blurted out, "Who is this?" The portrait was of an abnormally blurry and mysterious person, without any characteristics that could help in the search. There wasn't this mission yesterday. But this morning, there's a sudden request for a pursuit. What happened last night? Cavituous has completely fallen. This way, the church and the military will definitely search for its remains. Simeem Island is the clue? This person took away the most important item before they did? Who is this person? Alger's heart trembled, and he almost didn't dare to look Chogo in the eye. Chogo nodded. A dirty, despicable thief. He might be from Intis or Fasak. He might belong to the Church of the Sun or the Church of the God of Combat. Someone from Intis or Fasak, someone from the Church of the Sun or the Church of the God of Combat. Why would there be such a guess and judgment? His Excellency John Cotman could only obtain very little information at the scene and was unable to identify the target? Under such circumstances, it can indeed be preliminarily determined that this person is from Intis or Fasak. This is because these are the two countries that support the resistance and Cavituous. There's reason to believe that they might have long known where Cavituous is hiding. It matches my previous guess. Of course, it could also be something else. Alger restrained his emotions and asked, "What did he do?" "You don't need to know. You don't need to know. Just take note of any abnormalities from the Intis or Fasak people in Byam. Yes, that includes the locals who have already become Beyonders. In addition, find the person who posted the notice on the cathedral's main entrance. They might know something. There will be further information for you soon," Chogo instructed in a deep voice. "This is indeed a direction. Doesn't this tell me that this person is related to the notice and the death of Cavituous? I wonder who has the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Cavituous. Who? Right, the world is in Byam. Not long after he came here, something happened to Cavituous. Could this be Mr. Fool's goal? This will help him remove more seals and restore his strength?" Alger's pupils suddenly constricted as he recalled his previous guess. When he woke up, Klein, who had gained a lot last night, was full of energy and in a good mood. He decided to treat himself well today. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner had to be sumptuous and delicious. Pushing the door into the living room, he saw that Donis had already gotten out of bed and was removing the bandage and splint on his arm. He recovered so quickly? Klein was slightly taken aback. Seeing German Sparrow look over, Donis chuckled and said, "My recovery ability is pretty good. My regenerative abilities aren't bad. My Sequence 9's name is Hunter. All aspects of my body have clearly been enhanced, exceeding that of a normal human. The parts related to combat have improved even more, and I'm now a Sequence 7. Sequence 9 Hunter? I've killed one before, and I even know that the corresponding Sequence 6 is Conspirer." Klein suddenly recalled the first enemy he encountered when he first arrived in Bakeland. It made him fall into a huge vortex that he almost couldn't extricate himself from. "Sequence 8 Provocateur?" Klein asked casually. He had long guessed at Donna's Beyonder pathway from the fact that he was good at using fire. It was the Red Priest pathway that Roselle called a true man of iron and blood. Sequence 7 was Pyromaniac, also known as Fire Mage in ancient times. Donna's was taken aback for a second, thinking that German Sparrow was suspecting him. He subconsciously raised his voice. Do you think I'm not good at provocation? No, I'm an expert in this field. P.S. Promote a book, Marvel's Infinite Personalities, an old author's new account. With one book after another, the standard of his writing is getting better and better. Chapter 558. As Donas threw the splint and bandages into the trash can, he stretched his left arm and said, A typical pirate's provocation is a form of insult. A typical pirate's provocation is insulting, but I'm different. I'm insulting someone with a targeted purpose. This requires a large amount of information and rumors, as well as a sufficient understanding of the target you wish to provoke. Only by doing so can you use a single sentence or action to make him lose his mind and burn his brain out from anger. He paused for a second and said, Just like steel. Just like steel, it won't be of any use if you call him dog sh*t, or call his father, mother, or the captain. However, as long as you make such an action and give him a word, he will definitely turn into a bull with red eyes. With that said, Danitz pressed his hands to his waist and did a buttocks motion. He shouted with extreme contempt, Don't even think about it. He shouted with extreme contempt, Bitch! I really want to beat him up. As expected of a provoker, indeed, Steelmavady has such tendencies and hobbies. TSK. Klein unclenched his fist. This is what a professional provocation is. Donis spread his hands and concluded, If I encounter a beast monster, or someone who has lost control and can't be communicated with, I can take the initiative to emit a feeling of abhorrence. This is a beyonder power. People with such beyonder powers are either especially good at taking a beating or especially good at escaping and dodging. Clearly, you belong to the latter. Klein lampooned inwardly. Donis finally didn't have to worry about the injury on his left arm. He was in a rather good mood as he continued, Actually, I'm very good at setting traps. Actually, I'm also very good at setting traps. Unfortunately, you didn't agree with my plan to hunt Steelmavady. Klein controlled the twitching of the corners of his mouth and calmly replied, You still have a chance. What chance? Donis asked out of curiosity. A chance to set a trap for a beyonder like Steel. One-on-one. I'll introduce you to him. Klein smiled. A chance to set up a trap for a beyonder like Steel. One-on-one. I'll introduce you to him. Klein smiled. He knew very well that traps were often ineffective against a beyonder like Steel. One-on-one. I'll introduce you to him. Klein smiled. He knew very well that traps were often ineffective against a person who wasn't afraid of guns, arrows, fire, or water. Donis laughed dryly and turned to look out the window. The weather has cleared up. Does this mean that the snake Cavituous is completely dead? Klein nodded and didn't try to hide it. Danitz heaved a sigh of relief and hesitated. Regardless, after this city-wide manhunt, there probably won't be many pirates who will dare to come to Byam for a long time. Admiral of Blood is definitely one of them. You and the captain's plan to hunt him might have to be interrupted because of this. The Sonia Sea is so big, and it's very difficult to find a fleet that has deliberately hidden their track. Furthermore, they can still go to the Fog Sea, Berserk Sea, North Sea, and Polar Sea. If it was so easy to kill a pirate admiral on the ocean, the church and the military would have done it long ago. Let me return to the Golden Dream as soon as possible. Donis silently cursed. Don't worry, I have a way, and this will be your job. Klein asked calmly, What's your captain's opinion? He had already spent £12 to obtain the radio transceiver from Furs, but as he had been busy with Sea God, he hadn't had the time to care about it. He hadn't moved it from the junk pile above the grey fog to the real world. Meanwhile, Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man's funds had all been transferred to his account. Klein's net worth had instantly swelled to £7,085 and 5 gold coins. Such wealth was enough to buy a relatively large manor with plenty of output anywhere. If it wasn't for revenge, and finding a way to return to Earth, I could have already retired. Klein thought with some satisfaction. Captain's opinion. Donna's forced a smile. Although in theory, Captain and the others should have entered 500 nautical miles and can attempt the soulfall ritual, as you know, sea routes aren't absolutely safe. The pirates have to be extremely careful and constantly pay attention to not being caught by the military or the church's ship. For this, they often have to circle around. I think it's better to wait another day before using the soulfall ritual, so as to avoid wasting energy and materials. Okay. Klein didn't say if it was okay or not. He turned around and walked to the washroom. He decided to head out again today in search of another opportunity for true acting. Looking at German Sparrow's back, Donna silently exhaled. I'll definitely have to contact Captain in private and convince her to let me return to the Golden Dream before I can use the soulfall ritual in front of you. German Sparrow is someone who likes to go out. I have plenty of opportunities and space. Heh, don't tell me he likes to shop? Donna's curled his lips as he thought. After leaving the Cathedral of Waves, Alger Wilson went straight to Ralph Trading Company and found the boss, who was reading the newspaper. He knew very well that the middle-aged man in a formal suit, bow tie, and glasses was a veteran pirate who secretly supported the resistance and devoutly believed in sea god Cavituous. What's the matter, captain of our ghost ship? Ralph put down the newspaper, crossed his right leg over his left, and said with a leisurely smile. He was an illegitimate child. His father was an adventurer of both Rouen and Faisac descent, while his mother was a native. He started out as a pirate and later turned into a merchant who did business in both the underworld and the underworld. He established a huge network of connections and received steady help from the Governor-General's office, the City Council, and the police. Upon hearing Ralph's question, Alger nearly frowned because the man's attitude and tone were rather abnormal. This abnormality referred to a situation that didn't match Alger's expectations. From his point of view, after sea god Cavituous completely perished, there would definitely be corresponding ominous signs in various parts of the Rorstad archipelago. The devout believers would definitely sense that something was amiss. They would either be filled with worry or pessimism. How could they remain relaxed and natural? Alger didn't directly mention Calvetua as he chuckled. He chuckled and said, "Do you know where Covaro has been recently?" Covaro was the pirate captain who possessed the characteristics left behind by a sanguine baron. It was said that he had once been a sailor on the Black Emperor and was part of the peripheral faction of King of the Five Seas Nast. Who knows? But he's definitely not in Byam. Otherwise, he would have been caught in the investigation 2 days ago. Ralph shrugged his shoulders. I heard that his ship headed south. Alger had actually agreed to meet Covaro. He had only deliberately used it to start a conversation. Of course, he knew very well that in order to avoid the tsunami crisis in the Rorstad archipelago, Covaro had definitely left this place. It would take some time before he returned to Byam. However, Alger wasn't too anxious. This was because he already knew that Mr. Moon had obtained a bank acceptance bill. If he withdrew it before the deadline, there would be a discount and he would lose a large amount of interest. He deliberately nodded and said, I understand. I understand. Thank you for telling me. Upon saying that, Alger pretended not to know what had happened. I heard that the sea god statues in many places have shattered by themselves? He hadn't witnessed such a thing with his own eyes, but he could make a reasonable inference based on the church's documents. On many colonial islands and in the various countries of the southern continent, more than 1 or 2 false deities like Cavituous had been killed by the 7 churches. There were records of what would happen after their death. Ralph nodded frankly. Yes, there is such a thing. But this isn't bad news. His expression turned fervent. Because God has reappeared on the land with a new image. God has reappeared on the land with a new image? Alger's gaze was fixed on the land. He felt that this was both reasonable and beyond his expectations. From the reaction of the Church of the Storm, He was certain that Cavituous was dead. Then, which sea god was responding to the believers? Connecting it to his previous judgment, he quickly had a bold idea. This is Mr. Fool's embodiment? He used the death of sea god Cavituous to have a new identity? He can release his powers out of the seal and directly affect the identity of the world in the real world? This is the true reason why the world came to buy him? Man, Mr. Fool sure is generous. Alger secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Inside the Wind of Azure Inn, Klein, who had yet to leave, saw Captain Erland hand him a stack of cash. This is your payment, a total of £100. He didn't mention how much German Sparrow received or how much Blazing Dawn's received. He only mentioned the total amount. As for how it was distributed, that was an internal matter of the other party. The military is still very generous, Klein thought to himself as he received the thick stack of cash. He instinctively pulled out 2 5-pound notes and threw them to Donna's. His wrist sank, and he finally pulled out 2 10-pound notes without any expression. German Sparrow is still very fair, more fair than the fair Erland. Donna's accepted the payment in pleasant surprise, feeling that his wallet, which had dried up during this period of time, had been replenished again. Looking at German Sparrow, who was dressed in brand new clothes, Erland, who held a boat-shaped hat in his hand, deliberated and asked, "There's news from the Church of the Storm that the person who posted a notice at the entrance of the cathedral in the middle of the night to expose the problem between Letitia and sea god Cavituous was Blazing Dawn's. What do you think?" He stared into Donna's eyes, waiting for the answer. "Ha ha!" Donna's laughed dryly. "I don't know him." Klein was silent for 2 seconds. "I went to Simene to fulfill the wish of a dead adventurer and met Letitia and her companions at the hotel. There was a snake invasion in the middle of the night, but it was easily resolved by them. After returning to Byam, I went to the Resistance to buy items and found that they had actually set up the Holy Sword. Furthermore, there were 2 mid-sequence Beyonders guarding the small stronghold. I only came into contact with the Holy Sword for a moment before I was nearly invaded by a crazy will and lost control on the spot. They're still searching for Letitia." What Klein said was the truth, but not the whole truth. However, it was enough to infer the contents of the notice. Even if the kingdom's military and the Church of the Storm investigated further, they would at most unearth the fact that German Sparrow might be able to change his appearance. Erland listened carefully and sighed with a smile. "If there's something like this in the future, there's no need to put up a notice in the middle of the night. You can come to me directly. This will allow you to obtain more generous rewards." He stood up, put on his hat, and said to Donna's, "I heard that Raging Flame's bounty is going to rise again." Chapter 559. Bounty. The muscles on Donna's cheeks twitched as he forced a smile, pretending that he wasn't blazing and that he didn't mind it at all. After Erland left, he suddenly turned around and said to German Sparrow, "I think we should switch to another hotel. I think we should change hotels. No, it's best we leave Byam as soon as possible. If I were to carry a bounty of more than £5,000, I wouldn't be safe anywhere I go. Those pirates and adventurers who were originally on the same level as me would definitely swarm over like sharks that have smelled blood. Prey that has the ability to resolve it and can prove that they have a high bounty is always very popular. It's no less than a treasure trove." Dannett suppressed even more of his shouts to the back of his mind. Klein didn't agree or object as he slowly revealed a smile. "Are you worried that your bounty is too high?" Donna's nodded heavily, feeling as though the lunatic German Sparrow had finally spoken. "Other than hiding, there's another solution," Klein said as he walked to the coat rack. "What is it?" Donna's asked subconsciously. Klein took off his half-top hat and put it on his head. "Raise my sequence. Match my strength with the bounty." He put on his coat, turned the knob, and walked out of the suite. "Raise to sequence 6? Become a conspirer?" Donna's was taken aback for 2 seconds before he suddenly frowned and bared his teeth. When he consumed the Sequence 9 Hunter and Sequence 8 Provocateur potions, he didn't find it too problematic. He even began to look forward to finding the few legendary treasures, obtaining the mid and high sequence formulas and corresponding ingredients, advancing to a demigod, and becoming the new king of the sea. However, the pyromaniac potion brought him intense pain and bad feelings. It left him feeling a lingering fear. He couldn't believe that he, who had always strictly followed his captain's instructions and constantly provoked his opponents, would still nearly lose control. This made Donis consider whether he should continue doing this until he had enough wealth before returning to Intis to become a tycoon. He stood there, troubled for a few minutes, and finally figured out a problem. Even if he wanted to consume the potion to advance, he couldn't do it in a short period of time because he still had to gather the formula and ingredient. This wasn't an easy task, and the new bounty might be announced tomorrow, or even today. Therefore, he had to change hotels and leave Byam as soon as possible. After leaving Relf trading firm, Alger casually inquired about some news in a seemingly serious but actually perfunctory manner. Near noon, he received a new intelligence from the Church of the Storm. It's confirmed that the person who put up the notice at the entrance of the cathedral is Blazing Donis. Pay attention to his whereabouts. Blazing Donis. Alger held the note in his hand and silently chewed on the name. The corners of his mouth curled up bit by bit, and there was no longer any doubt in his heart. He thought of sailing out to sea and hunting for materials. He was full of confidence. This was because it would happen at sea, and because Mr. Fool had a new identity. Sea God. As he had missed the blue planet in the morning, Donis waited until 4 in the afternoon before attempting to hold the soulfall ritual while German Sparrow was out. He skillfully drew the sacred emblem of the god of knowledge and wisdom, an omniscient eye on an open book, and set up the corresponding altar. Inside the wall of spirituality, he lit a candle, picked up the extract of lavender and mint, and dripped it onto the silently burning flame. A refreshing and pleasant fragrance emanated as Donis continuously burned several herbal powders. After doing all of this, he took a step back and said in ancient Hermes, "I pray for the power of knowledge, I pray for the power of reason, I pray for the blessings of the God of wisdom, I pray for you to allow me to communicate with the spirit of the mentor who pursues knowledge, the researcher of spirit world creatures, Vice Admiral Iceberg of the Sea, Edwina Edwards of Lenberg." Whoosh! As the incantation reverberated, the altar suddenly turned cold. Apart from the 3 candles, the remaining brass holy dagger, the salt plate, the small bottle of extract, the paper, and the fountain pen all floated up and floated in midair. Donis waited nervously, unsure of what would happen next. After more than 10 seconds, the flames of the 3 candles flickered in unison as they were dyed with a pale, pale green. Donis' body suddenly stiffened as a chilling chill invaded his body. He couldn't resist it at all. He saw his feet take a step forward uncontrollably. He saw his left hand raise and grab the black fountain pen and white paper. He saw himself hunched over, holding the pen in his left hand as he quickly wrote, "What's the matter?" The words were elegant and continuous, extremely artistic. It was completely different from Donis' style. Only at this moment did Donis realize that he could control his head and throat. "Captain, Sea God Cavituous is dead." He squeezed out a hoarse voice as though he had a bad cold. Details. His left hand smoothly wrote. Donis had been waiting for this opportunity. He immediately described everything that had happened, including how German Sparrow had headed to Simeem Island to fulfill a particular adventurer's wish, how the other party was suspected to have been cursed by the sea god, but was easily resolved after closing the door, and how the madman had made a wrong guess, mistaking the ancient elven ruins for the sea god ruins. Towards the end, Donis hurriedly added his own judgment. "I believe that Admiral of Blood won't come to Byam for a very long time. Most famous pirates won't. It will take at least half a year for the effects of this matter to subside. Captain, your and German Sparrow's hunting plans will have to be temporarily put on hold. I wish to return to the Golden Dream. His left hand paused for a few seconds before writing. Continue following German Sparrow and be the liaison between us. Captain, why you can teach him the soulfall ritual. Donnes shouted hoarsely. His left hand scribbled. This can only be communicated within a range of 500 nautical miles. Furthermore, the ritual's host will have to bear a considerable amount of risk. And you have our points of contact on different islands. This is something that cannot be told to outsiders. Indeed, German Sparrow is only an outsider. But, Captain, I really wish to return to the Golden Dream. Donnes racked his brains and said, perhaps we can invite him to the ship as a guest. No, this. Suddenly, Donnes had a flash of inspiration. Perhaps we can invite him to the ship as a guest. No, this. Suddenly, Donnes had a flash of inspiration. He has a messenger that shuttles through the spirit world to deliver his letters. This should be an unrestricted method of communication. Furthermore, it's more secretive and safer. He doesn't need me as a liaison anymore. Donnes thought with abnormal joy. His left hand hovered for a few seconds before writing. If that's the case, there's no problem. The New Year's holiday is coming to an end. It's indeed time for you to return to the ship. You do have some talent when it comes to languages, but there are still quite a number of problems in other areas. You need to listen to more lessons and work harder. Donnes turned agape, but nothing came out of his mouth. He suddenly felt that returning to the Golden Dream wasn't something worth looking forward to. In the evening, Klein returned to the Wind of Azure Inn. He hadn't found a suitable target to act as after a day of running around. Due to the previous investigations, many pirates and adventurers had been arrested. The remaining people were still carefully hiding, not daring to casually venture out. Be it bars, casinos, or brothels, all of them were in a slump. There weren't many customers. It's like this. Donnes came over, cleared his throat, and said with a dry laugh, this is my first time using the soulfall ritual. I wasn't confident, so I tried it ahead of time. Haha, it succeeded. I've communicated with Captain. She also believes that there's no chance of hunting Admiral of Blood in the near future. She's prepared to summon me back to the Golden Dream. As for communication, don't you have a messenger? You can get that messenger to send a letter to Captain. My messenger was sent by a powerhouse, not mine. Besides, a messenger can only send messages back and forth between the owner and the keepsake holder. It doesn't involve anyone else. Yes, it can also be between the ritual user and the owner. This reminds me. I have to think of a way to get my own messenger, otherwise many things will be inconvenient. As for the method, it's obviously to write to Mr. Aztec. He's definitely an expert in this field. Klein pulled a chair over unhurriedly and sat down. He leaned forward and said in a deep voice, tell your captain that I have a way to find Admiral of Blood. Donnes was taken aback. He never expected to receive such an answer. Then, he saw German Sparrow widen the corners of his mouth bit by bit. He repeated, tell your captain. Donnes shuddered. He didn't dare ask further as he forced a smile. That will have to wait for the next blue planet, which is between 11 and midnight tonight. Very good, Klein praised with a beaming smile. However, Donnes didn't feel happy in the slightest. Klein slowly stood up, reminiscing about the special food he had eaten for dinner that night as he walked to his bedroom. That food was called tiativa. When translated into Rouen, it meant meat inside the fruit. The chef used a local specialty, a giant fruit called tiativa, and hollowed out its flesh, leaving only the firm outer shell. Then, he stuffed mashed lamb and fish inside, and with sea salt and several spices, he repeatedly roasted it over a fire. The meat was delicious and emitted a unique fragrance. It perfectly blended with the fruit's sweetness and acidity. After closing the door, Klein first wrote a letter, thanking Mr. Aztec for his guidance. Then, he asked about how to obtain a messenger of his own. After folding the letter, he took out his copper whistle and summoned the messenger. The messenger didn't stop. He took the letter and disintegrated on the spot. Phew! Klein rested for a moment and prepared to head above the gray fog. He wanted to see if the believer's prayers could bring him any useful information, such as a target that he could actually act as. Chapter 560. Above the gray fog, in the palace that looked like a giant's residence, Klein sat in the fool's seat and raised his right hand, allowing the sea god's scepter hidden in the junk pile to fly out and land in his palm. He had originally planned on placing this Grade 1 sealed artifact beside his chair as a form of respect for a demigod-level item. However, after careful consideration, he believed that the sea god's scepter wasn't a match for the mysterious and powerful fool who could fight against evil gods like the true creator and the primordial demoness. Only something at the level of the card of blasphemy was barely qualified. Therefore, he threw the sea god's scepter into the junk pile. Looking at the blue dots swirling around the white bone staff, Klein had a thought and came up with an idea to make a preliminary division of them. Just as he had expected, the blue dots of light automatically split according to his will. Those that were purely praising sea god or praying for nothing sank to the bottom, and the speed at which they disappeared increased. Those that were confessional or praying floated upwards, closer to Klein's palm. Following his spiritual intuition, he tapped on one of the latter. All of a sudden, he saw the surging waves and heard the violent whistling of the wind. A fishing boat was bobbing up and down in the undulating deep blue, tossing about as though it could capsize at any moment. On the fishing boat, the natives, who were clearly locals, were either hugging the mast or pulling on the ropes, making their final effort. Many of them were panicking as they chanted the honorific name of sea god. Klein sensed that this was an ongoing prayer, so he raised the milky white scepter. At the tip of the scepter, the blue gems emitted a halo that connected together and illuminated the scene. The fishermen were gradually in despair when they suddenly felt the boat that had been tossed about stabilize. They looked around in surprise and saw that the mountain-like waves had turned calm at some point in time. The strong winds that swept across the surface of the sea became slower and slower, as gentle as the taste of Zarhar beer. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and before the storm could fully reveal itself, it was forcefully suppressed by a mysterious force. The fishermen quickly snapped out of their daze and understood what had happened. The sea god had blessed everyone. The sea god had displayed his might. Thump, thump, thump. All of them prostrated on the deck, spread out their hands, and pressed them to their mouths. They chanted the honorific name of sea god in an irregular manner. Thank you, praise you, blessed of the sea and the spirit world, protector of the Rorstad archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, great Cavituous. Above the gray fog, Klein felt a little depressed for some baffling reason. I was the one who saved you. Why are you thanking Cavituous? That sea serpent will only deliberately create hurricanes and raise waves to scare you so that you have no choice but to worship it. Klein was silent for 2 seconds before he suddenly burst out laughing. Cavituous is dead. The current Cavituous is my other identity. Why should I be in a bad mood because someone is thanking me for my other identity? Is this the problem that a faceless has to pay attention to in true acting? To truly integrate into the identity and treat his emotions as one's own, but not to forget who one is. This is really difficult to do. A moment of carelessness will result in a mental disorder, and once a Beyonder's mental disorder occurs, it won't be long before they lose control. After some careful thought, Klein exhaled and chuckled to himself. Acting as sea god is quite rewarding. Although with the gray fog's shielding and isolation, this kind of acting might not receive feedback and directly promote the digestion of my faceless potion, it can also provide me with experience and lessons, helping me figure out a safer and more effective acting method. Reining in his thoughts, Klein spread his spirituality to another point of light. This time, the prayer came from a particular bridge. A woman in tattered clothes, her body festering and oozing pus, was leaning against a corner, muttering the honorific name of Sea God as she made her final confession. Through her description, Klein felt as though he had seen her short life with his own eyes. This was a native woman. Her parents believed in Sea God, so she also believed in Sea God. In the first decade or so, her father worked as a miner, repairing roads and laying railroad track. Her mother did all kinds of temporary jobs, such as sewing, washing, helping at the docks, and occasionally working as a street girl. The family was rather difficult, but they were still able to make ends meet. The change happened 2 years ago. Her father died in a road repair accident, and the Rorsted Railroad Company only gave him a meager amount of compensation. The family gradually fell into despair. Following that, the girl was sold by her mother to the Red Theater and became a legal prostitute. Although Roselle the Great had long invented condoms, many pirates and adventurers were unwilling to use them for a moment of pleasure. Furthermore, the Red Theater didn't force it, so the girl's resistance was futile. All she could do was give in, and finally, she was infected by someone. The manager of the Red Theater attempted a simple treatment, but seeing that there wasn't much improvement, she was chased out. This was because the cost of subsequent treatment was clearly much higher than the cost of buying another girl. Not only was the sick girl unable to find a new job, but she didn't even have the money to rent a house. Her mother and siblings had long disappeared. Perhaps they were dead, or perhaps they had been abducted and became slaves. The girl became a nomad and lived under the bridge. She relied on the charity organization's food and some free medicine to survive for a period of time. However, this was ultimately short-lived. Her illness worsened, and her body became weaker and weaker. Soon, she reached the end of her life. At that moment, she recalled the time when she ate her fill and wore her warmest clothes. She recalled the words that the pirates and adventurers would occasionally say as she softly prayed to Sea God, "Don't worry." She whispered to Sea God, "I want to live like a human." Klein raised his cane again, but he realized that the sealed artifact didn't have the ability to treat illnesses. He wondered if he should buy a batch of medicine from Emlyn White in the name of the world, but he realized that the prayer scene was from noon. The girl had already passed away. She was in the muddy and dirty bridge, in pain and intense hunger. Klein fell silent for a moment before raising the praying scene's angle, revealing the location of the bridge. After memorizing the characteristics of the nearby streets and the surrounding area, Klein leaned back in his chair and sighed. He smiled without a smile. He smiled without a smile and said, "What a humble wish. There's nothing for me to act as. I'll try my best to bury you like a human." He retracted his attention and scanned the other points of light, searching for someone he could truly act as. However, it was difficult for him to find anything. During this process, Klein noticed that Colott, Edmonton, and the other members of the resistance were holding a ritual. They placed a batch of items on the altar and prayed to Sea God to bestow them with strength. This is how they obtained the Beyonder items they brought out for exchange. At the level of a demigod, things are really different. Besides, they're used to not receiving an immediate response. It's as though they want those items to stay overnight in the altar. From the looks of it, that sea serpent of Cavituous doesn't respond immediately. It depends on its mood and if it's sleeping. Otherwise, it can only respond instinctively and won't be able to mass-produce Beyonder items. Klein picked up the Sea God's scepter and made the blue gems light up once again. Boundless spirituality magically combined together, bringing with it a transcendent feeling. It surged into the praying scene and the altar, randomly fusing with different items. Some are electric shock charms, some can allow people to swim in the sea like fish, and some can cause strong winds. Within 3 months, their spirituality will gradually decline to nothing. Klein half closed his eyes as he experienced the changes in the items. At this moment, he was already rather exhausted. Although he had only responded twice and mainly relied on the power of the sea god's scepter, the first time was to forcefully disperse the storm and calm the waves, and the second time was to enchant dozens of items at the same time. They were all demigod-level applications, and the drain on his spirituality was immense. Even if I can use the sea god's scepter normally, I won't be able to last too long. As for the negative effects, they don't burden me. Sometimes I might be able to try using them. Yes, the matter with the resistance has reminded me. Yes, the incident with the rebellion army has reminded me. I have to pray to myself and make a batch of charms, mainly those that deal with underwater activities. This way, even if I encounter a naval battle, I won't be tied down. Right, I still don't know how to make lightning charms. I have to gather the corresponding mysticism information. With it, I'll be able to deal with enemies who have air superiority. Klein silently muttered a few words and threw the sea god's scepter back into the junk pile. He then quickly returned to the real world. In East Chester County, at the side door of an extremely large manor in the vast and beautiful countryside, Audrey Hall was dressed in a tight-fitting black riding suit with a simple female shirt inside. She sat on the back of a brownish-red mare with great familiarity, not swaying at all. Her black leather boots stepped on the stirrups, and her legs, which were clad in white trousers, were slightly tucked in. She turned her head and smiled at Susie, who was carrying a leather bag. "I'll wait for you at the edge of the forest." With that said, she bent her back with a whip in hand and let the brownish-red mare gallop slowly through the wilderness. Compared to the gorgeous and expensive but gloomy family castle, Audrey preferred beautiful manners and the scenery of the countryside. One handsome horse after another ran out. The riders were attendants and maidservants. They only had one mission, and that was to protect Miss Audrey. Susie also ran happily. This was a feeling she couldn't experience in Bakeland. Furthermore, she and Audrey would have a small adventure today. It was to explore an ancient tower that had collapsed a long time ago in the forest. The valuable items there had long been taken away, and no accidents had happened. It was a very suitable place for inexperienced people to familiarize themselves with various techniques. The only problem was that it would be dark in 2 hours. There might not be enough time. Genius 1 second to remember this website. Mobile version. Chapter 561. It was still very cold in East Chester County in January. There was often snow, and the trees in the forest were withered. Wild beasts hid themselves, and it was lifeless. Audrey led Susie around the collapsed ancient tower under the escort of attendants and maidservants, but she didn't discover anything. There were only stacked gray bricks and rotting wood. In the gaps, there were weeds and the corpses of certain small animals. Audrey originally imagined that she could find some murals on the wreckage of the wall and decipher the origins of the ancient tower. Then, she could use the wild beasts to secretly practice awe, frenzy, placate, and other beyonder skills of a psychiatrist. However, she was very disappointed. This isn't a small adventure. It's just a simple stroll on horseback. She pursed her lips, held the horsewhip, and walked towards her mount. Halfway there, she reluctantly asked the servants and maids around her, "What's the matter? Are there legends of monsters nearby?" Half of the attendants had followed her from Bakeland to the family castle, and then to this manor. The other half were locals and were usually busy in the manor. Audrey's question was undoubtedly directed at the latter. And the reason why she came to this manor was that the nearby area had a tradition of worshipping dragons in history. A young attendant stole a glance at the noble and beautiful young lady. He plucked up his courage, took 2 steps forward, bowed, and said, "I'm here to help you." He mustered up his courage, and took 2 steps forward, bowed, and said, "There are many terrifying beasts in the depths of this forest. Every year, hunters die there, but no one has ever encountered a monster. This is the same situation described in an ancient ballad that has been passed down here." He roughly repeated the ballad, and the specific meaning was, "The monsters are in your dreams. The dragons are in your dreams. The great palace that is imagined and floating in midair is also in your dreams. There, you will have everything until you awaken. Curious children, brave adventurers, go, seek the dragons of your dreams. The attendant hid the last line of the lyrics and didn't say it out loud, because it would make others misunderstand that he was mocking Miss Audrey. The giant dragon was in the dream. The great palace that was imagined and floating in midair was also in the dream. Audrey carefully pondered for a few seconds and suddenly felt that this ancient ballad wasn't completely meaningless. The information on dragons that she had bought from Sun when she was young showed that the dragon of imagination, Ankwelt, had really imagined a floating city out of thin air. On it were huge temple pillars that supported the majestic palaces. Its name was Liveseed, which meant City of Miracles. In a dream, the spectator pathway belongs to the mind dragon. It involves consciousness, the subconscious, the sea of collective subconscious, and the spirituality sky. Regardless of how one looks at it, it definitely involves the domain of dreams. This ancient ballad might really be hinting at something. Don't tell me that Liveseed really exists in the sea of collective subconscious, in a dream? But dreams are purely spiritual. A lot of thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind. She couldn't think clearly until she returned to the manor. After entering the room, she glanced at the golden retriever, Susie, and suddenly had the urge to flaunt it. Susie doesn't know anything about the dragons, so she definitely won't be able to detect the uniqueness of this ballad. No, I can't be arrogant. It's too superficial. Besides, it's easy for Susie to discover that I'm hiding a secret. Audrey straightened her back and paced back and forth a few times. Pretending to ask casually, she asked, "Susie, what do you think the ballad is really about? I have a nagging feeling that it's not as simple as it seems." Susie opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for an answer because she didn't understand poetry at all. She thought seriously and said, "Audrey, I'm just a dog. In the forest of Blue Mountain Island." Due to his agitation and excitement, Colot didn't sleep the entire time. He sat in a wheelchair and checked his surroundings, as though he had found another goal for survival other than revenge. After making a full round, he returned to the altar and wanted to pray again. He remembered the contents of the 10 Commandments very clearly and knew that he couldn't use the name of Sea God in vain. Therefore, he planned on using the relatively vague God to replace it when he prayed. As he approached the altar, his gaze suddenly froze. This was because the items placed inside all had an unusual aura. For example, the dagger's surface didn't reflect the crimson moonlight, but silver-white lightning. For example, the leaf was turning greener. It made one's breathing feel easier just by looking at it. The grace of God has descended. This sentence suddenly flashed across Colot's mind. At this moment, he no longer had any doubts about Sea God's changes. The blasphemous thoughts hidden in his heart completely melted away. From the revelation given by God that he would reappear on the land, it means that he is going to reshape his image. This layer of meaning is very deep. We actually didn't decipher it previously. Colot slowly took a deep breath, propped himself up with both hands, and solemnly prostrated himself before the great sea god. Soon, he returned to his wheelchair and headed for the residence of the high priest, Edmonton, and the others. He couldn't wait to tell his companions what had just happened. He couldn't wait to share the grace of God with them. At 11:15 in the evening, Klein sat in his chair and watched expressionlessly as Donis held the soulfall ritual. He memorized all the details. Or is it with the help of the spirit world? He made a preliminary judgment. If it's a spirit world creature, as long as there's no problem with the description and it can be accurately located, and it's used in a language with a certain level of power, one can directly summon it or make it descend. It has nothing to do with distance or range. To a certain extent, deities also have such characteristics. However, at times, even ordinary prayers can receive a response from them. Of course, the premise is that one has already become a believer and has received attention. At the level of demigods, they seem to have a certain degree of fusion with the spirit world. Therefore, precise descriptions can be used to point to them, and there's a possibility of receiving a response. However, there's a distance limit. Once it exceeds the range, they won't be able to receive the signal. See God Cavituous is an example. For a mid-sequence powerhouse like Vice Admiral Iceberg to complete something like this, it's impossible to rely on themselves. They need the help of a corresponding deity and provide an accurate and unambiguous description. Furthermore, there's a limit to distance and range. Just as Klein finished organizing his thoughts, the various items on the altar floated up, except for the 3 candles. Donna's body trembled uncontrollably as his expression gradually turned cold. Soon, he let out a female voice in the style of Vice Admiral Iceberg. "Good evening." There seems to be a hint of anger from being woken up. Klein felt that Donna's entire being had turned feminine. He deliberated for a moment and said, "I have a way to find Admiral of Blood." "What?" Edwina Edwards, who had descended her spirit into Donna's, had her tone return to normal, which was a normal lack of emotion. Klein simply said, "They use the latest wireless telegraphy technology." "They are using the latest wireless telegraphy technology. I obtained the frequency band and password information from White Bear." "Wireless telegraph. You know about this?" Edwina never expected that German Sparrow, an expert in mysticism, would also know the basics of radio communication. Klein smiled politely. "A little." Edwina fell silent for 2 seconds before using Donna's mouth to speak. "Did they find anything?" Was he referring to whether Admiral of Blood and company had discovered the problem of the password and frequency band being leaked? In theory, they should have already sensed it, because their intelligence officer, Old Quinn, had already died at the hands of Mr. the Hanging Man. However, wireless telegraphy hasn't entered the stage of large-scale application, so it's very easy for users to ignore the safety risk. Klein didn't give an absolute answer. "Perhaps. But we can try." As long as they could monitor the signal, there was a high chance of finding Admiral of Blood. As a sea god, although he is only at the level of a demigod, making it difficult for him to know everything in the territorial waters, he can control those sea creatures and get them to help him search for people. Klein silently added. Edwina pondered for a moment. "I'll get Donis to help monitor the signal. You also know a lot about wireless telegraphy." Klein grinned. "All right." After the soulfall ritual ended, Donis watched with mixed emotions as German Sparrow took out a sizable piece of machinery and the corresponding accessories from his bedroom. "What's this?" he asked in surprise. Klein calmly said, "A radio transceiver." "A radio transceiver." Donis turned agape and finally forced out a sentence. "Where did you get it from?" Klein glanced at him. "Outside." As he spoke, he threw the operating manual and the frequency band password to Donis before returning to his bedroom to sleep. He often heads out to busy himself with such matters. Donis felt like he understood something. After studying and experimenting, he finally grasped the usage of the radio transceiver. He lay down in a reclining chair and slept soundly. After an unknown period of sleep, he suddenly woke up and heard rhythmic tapping sound. "What?" Donis sat up and looked in the direction of the sound. Under the dark moonlight, he saw the radio transceiver automatically operating in the dark room, spitting out illusory white paper. "What's this?" Flames condensed in Donis' palm as he carefully approached it. This scene reminded him of the horror stories pirates often told when they were bragging. There's something wrong with this radio transceiver. It's connected to an evil spirit? Donis decided to immediately shout for German Sparrow in his bedroom the moment he felt something amiss. He approached the radio transceiver and saw a few lines of ancient Faceac words on the illusory white paper. "Hello. I sense a familiar and unique aura, but it's about to dissipate. Hello." Donna's attempted a reply. Who are you? The radio transceiver began tapping again as it spat out white paper. My name is Rhodes. In exchange, you have to answer a question of mine. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 562. Question: This strange radio transceiver is a little interesting. Donnas cleared his throat and said, You can ask, but I might not answer. Heh, do you think I'm the kind of adventurer or archaeologist who kills himself out of curiosity? Heh, do you think I'm the kind of adventurer or archaeologist who kills himself out of curiosity? Donnas thought warily and smugly. The radio transceiver was silent for a few seconds before producing a clicking sound again. Illusory white paper was spat out, with words that were slightly red in color. Are you secretly in love with your captain? I'm not. Don't speak nonsense. Who told you? Donna's face flushed red. The secret he had hidden deep in his heart for so many years had suddenly been exposed, leaving him at a loss. He was embarrassed and ashamed, and he subconsciously wanted to deny it. But at the same time, he was shocked and puzzled over how this matter had been known by outsiders. He had never told anyone and had hidden this secret very well. Donnas opened his mouth and forced a smile. What a boring question. I refuse to answer it. The radio transceiver continued to click as it spat out more white paper. Then let's change the question. If one doesn't really like it, who would be able to endure such boring lessons for so long? Am I right? That's not right. Because I'm not strong enough, I can't beat them. Donnas blurted out as his expression twisted. The radio transceiver's clicking sound became more and more lively as the words on the illusory white paper gradually increased. Lies. Let's change the question. The image of a woman you like is beautiful, powerful, mysterious, and intellectual, the kind that can trample on you, right? Donna's lips quivered as he felt like his body was burning with flames. Illusory black smoke was emitting from the top of his head. At that moment, his mind exploded. It was as though someone had stripped him naked and thrown him onto a bustling street. Subconsciously, he looked around in panic, searching for and avoiding the gazes that could be directed at him. Then, he saw that the bedroom door had opened at some point in time. German Sparrow was standing there in a white shirt that wasn't tucked into his belt and loose black trousers. It was unknown how long he had been watching from the side. When did you come out? Donnas stammered with a blank expression. Tell me, you just opened the door. He cried out in his heart. Klein walked towards the radio transceiver that had become supernatural and calmly replied, That's right. In the beginning. As a seer, how could he not notice the strange commotion outside? Even in my sleep, I have spiritual intuition. Klein chuckled inwardly. Donna's face turned ashen. He suddenly turned his body and rushed towards the radio transceiver that he suspected was possessed by an evil spirit. He tried to tear apart the illusory white paper with the 3 questions on it. But his hand passed through the words and he grasped nothing. He condensed another scarlet fireball in his palm, wanting to blow up this damned radio transceiver. At this moment, he was swept by German Sparrow's cold, crazed gaze. That's right, this is his item. Donnas stiffened as he watched the German Sparrow walk past him and stop in front of the abnormal radio transceiver. Rhodes. Why is it connected to this radio transceiver? It said that it sensed a unique and familiar aura that is about to dissipate. Is it referring to the aura of the mysterious space above the gray fog? This radio transceiver has been placed above the gray fog for several days. Although it hasn't mutated, it has been tainted with an aura. Furthermore, due to its functions, it can temporarily receive information from the spirit world. That's why it was discovered by Rhodes, a magic mirror that seems to know a lot? Wait, what question is behind that? I'm German Sparrow. I'm a cold and crazy adventurer. I'm a professional. I can't laugh out loud. Klein pressed down on the corner of his mouth and secretly took a deep breath. Donis secretly glanced at his side profile, like a prisoner on the gallows waiting for the rope to be pulled. Seeing that German Sparrow's expression didn't change, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was glad that the person watching was a lunatic and not a normal human. He wouldn't be interested in such matters. If it were any other pirate, I wouldn't have the face to return to the Golden Dream. No, I wouldn't have the face to risk my life at sea. He cast his gaze at the radio transceiver with hatred and fear, looking at the devil who called himself a Rhodes. He heard the clicking sound again, and saw the radio transceiver spit out a new piece of paper. On it were 2 lines of elegant Rouen. Your loyal and humble servant, a Rhodes, is honored to follow in your footsteps once again. I'm always ready to serve you. This isn't the same evil spirit as a Rhodes from before, right? Donna's face twitched as he suddenly felt that what happened tonight wasn't real enough. Klein, who had great difficulty suppressing his laughter, acutely noticed a problem from what had just happened. A Rhodes wasn't present. It was likely using the spirit world and the radio transceiver's special function to send the information over remotely. Therefore, when Donnas refused to answer the first question, it was powerless to punish him. All it could do was ask another question. That's rather interesting. In the future, by placing the radio transceiver above the gray fog, I can turn it into a unique item that can receive information from ghosts and the spirit world? Unfortunately, Beyonder characteristics are conserved. Even if a simple radio transceiver has the augmentation of the gray fog's aura, its Beyonder functions will slowly dissipate and eventually return to normal. Yes, according to my knowledge of mysticism, there's another way to maintain an ordinary item's Beyonder characteristics without using a Beyonder characteristic. It's to engrave the honorific name and true name of an angel or even a deity on it using a language that can stir nature. This is equivalent to borrowing mystery and power from them. Of course, the premise is that they agree. I can't do it myself. At the very least, the code I wrote in ancient Hermes hasn't caused the paper to mutate among the true deities. I know one whose true name is Primordial Demonis Cheek. If I were to obtain her honorific name and add her true name and engrave it on this radio transceiver in ancient Hermes, what would happen? Would it release viruses? Would it become more industrial looking? Would it make fetishists obsessed? The greatest possibility is that the primordial demoness used her powers to drain me dry when I was engraving my honorific name and true name. This is a very, very precise supernatural direction. Interesting thoughts flashed through Klein's mind until a Rhodes greeted him. Just nice. This is a magic mirror that can answer questions. Klein's heart stirred. He turned his head and said to Donnas, "Go guard the door." Okay. Donnas ran towards the door without hesitation. He was afraid that the devil named Rhodes would ask a new question. After Danitz entered the corridor and closed the door, Klein turned to the radio transceiver connected to Rhodes and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. I have some questions." "It's my honor. May I address you as my master, the great existence above the spiritual world?" The radio transceiver spat out a piece of white paper. "This is way too attentive and shameless. I have a nagging feeling that there's something wrong." Klein pondered for a moment. "You can use any form of address." "Yes, master." Rhodes used an exclamation mark. "What's your question?" "Where can I find mermaids?" Klein asked directly. Tap, tap, tap. The radio transceiver gave an answer. "Head east of the Gargas archipelago and follow the sea route for a week. There's a chance of encountering mermaids, but the mermaids there are all believers of the Evernight goddess." This is a little impressive. It's reasonable, but unexpected. Klein realized that his previous guess had turned into reality in a way he hadn't expected. Rhodes continued, typing: "If you mind this, you can continue heading east, but that will be extremely dangerous. It's no longer a real ocean, but the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Of course, you definitely won't mind this." "Who said that?" I was still thinking that with the sea god scepter, I would have a chance of entering even the most terrifying of seas, but in the end there's an ocean derived from the battlefield of the gods. Indeed, there was a battle of the gods in ancient times. The time when the Creator took back the authority of the ancient gods? Klein didn't comment as he watched Rhodes make the radio transceiver spit out more words. In addition, the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Cathedral of Serenity, as well as the Cathedral of Rest on Danos Island, have mermaids. Apart from the Holy Cathedral, there are also mermaids on Danos Island in the Sonia Sea. The former is too dangerous. There are Grade 0 sealed artifacts and angel-level bigwigs. The latter can be considered. I can transform into a nighthawk or priest, and sneak in to listen to the music and take the medicine. That's not right. The Church's rearing of mermaids is to target faceless. How can they not be wary of this? I have to think of another solution. Klein was just about to ask a second question when he saw the radio transceiver spit out a new piece of paper. Great Master, I have to abide by certain rules. You have to answer a question of mine in exchange. Answer your question? Klein pricked up his brows slightly as he waited for Rhodes's question. He planned on deciding if he would recognize this servant based on the situation. Amidst the typing, Rhodes used words to form a question. What do you plan on having for breakfast today? This question is rather standard. Klein calmly replied, It depends on what the hotel provides. That's a perfect answer. Rhodes was just short of clapping. Perfect answer. Rhodes was just short of clapping. Without waiting for Klein to speak, it continued typing. The aura above the spirit world is about to disappear. The aura above the spiritual realm is about to disappear. I await the next opportunity to serve you, Great Master. After the illusory piece of paper was spat out, the radio transceiver stopped and lost the gloomy feeling. If I want to contact Rhodes again, I have to throw the radio transceiver above the gray fog for a few days? Next time, I'll ask about the method to remove the mental corruption in a Beyonder characteristic. Yes, this method has to be used carefully. Rhodes can use the special connection of the radio transceiver after it's tainted with its aura. It's not impossible for something stronger and more terrifying than it to do so. If I keep doing this, I might one day receive a telegram from the true Creator or the primordial Demoness. Klein's thoughts raced as he noticed the hidden risk. P.S. It'll be double tomorrow. I'll request for monthly votes in advance. Don't forget to vote. Chapter 563. East Chester County, in the Hall family's manor. Audrey sat in front of the dressing table and lit a candle. Then, through the flickering flame, she looked at herself in the mirror. Her green eyes gradually turned deep, making it impossible to look away. It was as if even one's soul wanted to sink into it. Audrey, stay awake in your dream tonight, she said to herself in a gentle voice. This was a simple, psychological cue. The ancient ballad she had heard at dusk had given her inspiration, giving her the idea of exploring her own dream. She wanted to see if she could use it to enter the sea of subconscious and spirituality of all living beings. This was an attempt that other psychiatrists had never thought of. At the very least, there was nothing similar in the reference experience provided by psychological alchemy. She was hinting to herself and exploring her own dream. Perhaps I can find traces of the Mind Dragon or even the City of Miracles, Liveseed. Audrey retracted her gaze, took off Lie, which had transformed into a ruby necklace, and placed it into a jewelry box. She was afraid that this mystical item that could amplify emotions would affect her in her dream and cause unnecessary damage. Therefore, she had carefully dealt with it ahead of time. After doing all of this, Audrey subconsciously looked at her reflection in the glasses and realized that there was a tiny flaw in her face. And when she was wearing Lie, she felt that her beauty was something that even she was infatuated with. Wake up, Audrey. That's just Lie. She raised her right palm and caressed her cheek. At this moment, she was extremely glad that she had given the mystical item the name Lie. It would constantly alert her. Otherwise, there would come a day when she would be completely reliant on it and refuse to face her true self. Once she lost it, it was very likely that she would lose control. Those girls who look more ordinary might not be willing to take it off after wearing lie and modifying their looks, obtaining a nearly perfect transformation. They would rather die than take it off. The corresponding Beyonders similarly can't have such a mentality. Audrey sighed and stood up. She wore a slippery silk nightgown and walked briskly and expectantly through the warm room. She returned to the soft, comfortable, and elastic bed and pulled a rope at the head of the bed. His personal maid, Annie, opened the door and gently extinguished the light. It didn't take long before Audrey really fell asleep. In the misty world, she suddenly shivered and realized that she was dreaming. She looked around with great interest and muttered to herself silently, "That's right. Is this what psychology calls lucid dreaming? In mysticism, there is a similar concept. It's really effective. I relied on a simple self-hypnosis to successfully have a lucid dream." "Audrey, you're such a genius." No, this is mainly the application of extraordinary abilities. You can't be arrogant." At this time, Audrey had already figured out what the current dream was. She was walking on a gloomy, narrow road, surrounded by a dark forest, and in front of her was a castle with a high spire. The long, drawn-out howls of wolves, the slow and horrifying panting, and the shrill and intermittent screams came from all directions, creating a dangerous and oppressive atmosphere. "I'm still feeling afraid because of the assassination of the Duke of Negan. I'm afraid that one day, many Beyonders will suddenly attack father, mother, and brother." Audrey analyzed her dream from the perspective of a psychiatrist. She slowly walked forward, walking towards the castle that was almost identical to the Hall family's ancestral mansion in this abnormally realistic dream. As they walked, a figure suddenly leaped out of the black forest. It was a giant dragon with golden scales all over its body, and its eyes were pale gold. Its tail was thick and strong. The dragon's facial features were identical to Audrey's. Coupled with its body, it gave off an indescribable sense of awkwardness and horror. Audrey jumped in fright and nearly woke up from her dream. Thankfully, having been a spectator before, she managed to stabilize her emotions in time. This made her realize that she had never really forgotten how she nearly lost control when she consumed the psychiatrist potion. Back then, her self-consolation, self-motivation, and improvement in her mood were only on the surface. The trauma had already taken root in the depths of her subconscious, and from time to time, it would be reflected in her dreams. Fortunately, I discovered it today. In the future, I can attempt to treat it in my subconscious. I'm a psychiatrist. If I keep ignoring this problem, I might lose control due to fear when I advance to sequence 6. Audrey seriously examined herself. As she walked and stopped, Audrey's dream changed in an irregular manner. As a story, this wasn't up to standard. Finally, she walked in front of the castle and saw a wand the length of an arm sweep across the air, scattering down resplendent star-like light. The castle that was enveloped in light instantly became magnificent, and all the gloominess and gloom completely disappeared. A band's melody could be heard from inside, and one gas wall lamp after another lit up. "This is my earliest and most beautiful expectation of Beyonder powers. What a little girl's fantasy." The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up as her mood improved. She didn't stop. She walked past the castle and walked towards the edge of the dream, ignoring how the scene behind her changed or how the story unfolded. After walking for an unknown period of time, she passed through the desolate wilderness and arrived at the top of a cliff. Looking out, the gray void spread out, and it was so deep that it seemed bottomless. Audrey clearly understood that this was the boundary of her dream. Once she left, she didn't know what would happen. And how should I leave? Jump down? Will I fall to my death? Audrey thought in a dilemma, not daring to take the risk. After thinking for nearly a minute, she slowly came up with an idea. "This is a dream. a place that originates from the world of the mind. As its master, I can use my will to open up a path for myself. With the thought of giving it a try, she attempted to conjure what she wanted, just like when she was above the gray fog. The only difference was that the former required the help of Mr. Fool's power, but now she had to rely on herself. Audrey stretched out her right hand and spread it out, aiming at the gray abyss. In front of her, the gray fog suddenly surged, revealing a staircase that extended downwards with no end in sight. Audrey slowly took a deep breath, lifted her skirt slightly, and took a step onto the first step. As she walked down, her surroundings became quieter and quieter, so quiet that it made her hallucinate. Apart from the gray fog, there was nothing else. It was lonely and unknown. The howling winds kept blowing in different directions, causing Audrey's body to sway as her fear slowly deepened. Before she lost control of her emotions, her green eyes flowed with a deep but warm light, as though she could see through a person's heart. Audrey used her psychoanalysis powers to calm herself. She continued probing downwards, and a few seconds later, a point of light suddenly lit up in the surrounding gray fog. Audrey looked over warily and saw that the point of light was her, who had just consumed the potion and almost turned into a dragon monster. She was on the verge of losing control. Worry, panic, fear, and nervousness were all expressed in her words. "This is my subconscious. This is my shadow?" Audrey vaguely understood where she had gone after leaving the dream. She wasn't in a hurry to resolve this shadow as she continued descending with anticipation. According to the theory of psychological alchemy, the bottom of the subconscious was her destination, the sea of collective subconscious of all living beings. During the process of probing downwards, Audrey saw herself listening to her parents tell her legends when she was young. She saw herself, who paid attention to her image but wasn't that elegant behind it. She saw herself participating in the tarot, but the points of light similar to the latter were all tightly wrapped in gray fog. These are all things in my subconscious. They affect my character and behavior? Audrey instinctively analyzed with her psychological knowledge. As different points of light flickered, she was on the verge of an emotional breakdown many times due to this long and lonely exploration without a goal. However, she used her beyonder powers to calm herself in time. Just as she was about to lose her sense of time, she saw the last step. In front of the step was a solid, blurry, and gray ground. Above it were swaying lights and shadows. They were dense and overlapped like an illusory sea of collective subconscious. Audrey took a few steps forward and looked up. She was surprised to find that the gray fog was no longer blocking her vision. The sky was clearly revealed. There were countless indescribable figures there. There were 7 different colors of pure light that contained endless knowledge. Audrey pursed her lips and muttered to herself in delight, "The sky of spirituality." Then, she carefully walked forward and began her own adventure. The lights and shadows that formed the sea flashed past her eyes from time to time. Some of them contained ancient memories of being burned by flames, while others bore the extreme pain of looking directly at indescribable things. Apart from the imprints from ancient times and the people of the past, Audrey also saw gazes of admiration directed at her. She also saw the folk activities of worshipping dragons. As she walked, she discovered a grayish-white mountain in the distance to her left. It extended all the way up, drilling out of the sea of light and shadows. The top of it was shrouded in mist, clear and blurry. Is that another person's consciousness? In the sea is the subconscious, and beyond the sea is the normal consciousness? He's dreaming. Audrey suddenly thought of a possible psychiatrist technique. It was to approach and climb up, directly affecting the other party's subconscious thoughts, making him naturally act according to her arrangements. But this should be very difficult and dangerous. Audrey retracted her gaze and didn't rashly attempt it. She clearly remembered that she was here to find traces of the Mind Dragon and the City of Miracles, Liveseed. Audrey passed by dozens of other consciousnesses, and gradually she felt exhausted. It's time to go back. She instinctively raised her head and looked into the distance, rationally making a decision. She stood there for a long time, unwilling to leave. Just as Audrey was about to turn around, a shadow suddenly appeared in midair. It was a pair of gigantic, dusky wings. Under the wings was a tall lizard-like monster. Its entire body was covered in grayish-white stone-like scales, and it had 4 thick and powerful legs. It seemed to be bathed in non-existent sunlight as it shimmered like the afterglow of the setting sun. The monster flew over. Its eyes were pale gold, and its pupils were vertical. It was cold and arrogant. Its majestic and epic figure quickly disappeared into the sea of subconscious of all creatures. Dragon! Mine dragon! Audrey jumped on the spot and looked around, afraid that someone would see her inelegant and rude behavior. She paced around excitedly and spun in a circle. She was very satisfied with her adventure. Indeed, the tradition of dragon worship here isn't without a source. There's a mind dragon living in their sea of subconscious. Audrey resisted the urge to praise herself and decided to immediately return and wake up from her dream. She didn't have the urge to continue exploring because she was completely unprepared. She planned on consulting Mr. Fool and Mr. the Hanging Man on the tarot next week, hoping to obtain some advice. Audrey returned the way she came and entered the mountain formed by her consciousness. Then, she woke herself up and successfully escaped from the dream. At this moment, Donnez was also allowed to return to his room. He glanced at the German sparrow and smiled awkwardly. You definitely won't tell anyone what you just saw, right? P.S. It's double. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 564. Klein didn't answer if he was right or wrong. He stopped walking towards the bedroom and calmly said, That is a problem. Yes. A problem. It's a purely slanderous problem without any basis. Besides, I also gave a negative answer. Donnez replied happily and emphasized that he had never admitted to it. Klein nodded slightly. I'll clarify it with your captain. Clarify? Donnez was first stunned before he gaped with his mouth agape and his expression warped. He was considered a knowledgeable person, so he didn't defend or refute him. He forced a smile and said, Is there anything I can do for you? Klein quietly took a deep breath and used his clown powers to control his facial expression. Monitor it well. Yes, all right. Donnez hurriedly agreed. Seeing German Sparrow turn around and walk to the bedroom door, he couldn't help but blurt out, You won't clarify it with Captain again, right? Klein twisted the doorknob and replied without any expression, Monitor it well. Monitor it well. With that said, he pushed the door open and closed it before the corners of his mouth curled up. After breakfast the next day, Klein changed into a pair of baggy pants, a thick coffee-colored jacket, and a cap. He changed his appearance and left, leaving Donnez alone in the room to guard the radio transceiver. Along the way, Klein changed his appearance again, becoming more and more like a native. He found a specialized shop and bought a pair of linen gloves, a shroud, and a body bag. Then, following the characteristics of the surroundings that he had seen when he was browsing through the images of the prayer, he found the girl who had died in the mud in the corner. As it was still winter, the weather wasn't hot, and the corpse didn't show any obvious signs of decay. However, the festering skin and the stench still made Klein instinctively feel a little disgusted. He didn't immediately bury the girl who wished to live like a human last night because of the recent event. Byam's nighttime security was abnormally strict, and the cemetery only opened at dawn. Taking out a small metal bottle, Klein poured some Quelaag's oil onto his hand and smeared it on his nose. The choking sensation invaded his mind, and the minty smell of disinfectant filled his sense of smell. It made him feel as if he had just fallen into an ocean of floating ice cubes, and he was no longer affected by other smells. Putting the metal vial back, Klein put on his gloves, took a few steps forward, and squatted down beside the female corpse. First, he unfolded the shroud and wrapped the corpse up bit by bit. Then, He gently put the corpse into the body bag. Carrying the bag on his back, he purposely walked through the busiest streets of Byam until he reached the outskirts of the city. Following the narrow road that was impassable for carriages, he climbed up the mountainside by the sea. The Church of the Storm and the Governor-General's office had specially prepared a cemetery for the natives here. On the other hand, the Ruan, Intis, Fainapotter, and other outsiders who came here to do business, adventure, and settle down were on the other side of Byam. It was flat and soothing with its back to the woods. Klein climbed up step by step and entered the graveyard that didn't even have a name. He found the dozing gravekeeper. "How do you want to bury him?" The gravekeeper pointed at the corpse bag and said, "If you want it to be free, you'll have to wait a few days. When the number of corpses in the morgue reaches a certain number, you'll burn them all together and bury them in the same grave. Of course, there will be priests who will comfort the souls of the deceased in advance. For 5 soli, he will have his own urn and a grid. £2. Urn, grave, and stone tablet. If you don't want to be cremated and need a coffin, you can choose from there. Different wood has different prices." Klein thought for a moment, took out a 5 soli note, and handed it over. "What's your name?" The tomb keeper counted the notes, picked up a fountain pen, and asked with a good attitude. Actually, he did not know how to write words. He only needed to draw some symbols to aid his memory. Klein paused for a second. "Booty. Booty," the gravekeeper repeated in a low voice and drew a symbol. He did not look up and continued to speak. "She can have an epitaph on the grid." Booty was a typical female name for the natives of the Rorstad archipelago, so the gravekeeper didn't get the wrong gender. Klein fell silent for a few seconds before saying in a deep voice, "She's a human." "She's a human? What a strange epitaph." The gravekeeper mumbled softly. "Do you have a photo?" "I know you don't." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the gravekeeper hand him a photo. It was a portrait that Klein had created with the help of a ritual. It perfectly recreated the girl's appearance before she fell ill. In order not to arouse suspicion, he had used the corresponding paper and certain techniques to make the portrait look like a real photo. The gravekeeper was slightly surprised, but he didn't say anything. He quickly took the information and carried the corpse bag with Klein to the priest's hut. After the process of putting the soul to rest, burning, storing the ashes, pasting the photo, and engraving the epitaph were all over, Klein took a deep look and turned to leave the cemetery. As he walked down the mountain path, he saw the entirety of Byam. The seawater was light blue and almost green, stretching as far as the eye could see. The harbor had stacked sails, towering chimneys, crisscrossing streets, and people coming and going. It was surrounded by manors and many plants. In the distance, the highway was wide and the railroad tracks were straight. It was like a beautiful oil painting by a master. It was filled with vitality and indescribable vitality. At the top of the bell tower of the Cathedral of Waves, the cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the mandated Punisher's high-ranking deacon, John Cotman, stood at the edge, looking at the relaxing sea and the mountains that stretched into the distance along the coastline. Byam's pollution level was rather low because mining, smelting, and other industries were in other cities on the island. The pillar of the economy here was the spice trade, brothels, and casinos. It was a place where goods were gathered and transferred, and there were no formed industries. Coal for heating was rarely used due to the suitable temperature. Just as Sea King John Cotman retracted his gaze, he saw a mandated Punisher run up the spiral staircase. "Your Excellency Cotman, there's new information." The mandated Punisher punched his left chest with his right fist. "What is it?" The muscular John Cotman turned around and asked. The mandated Punisher handed over the piece of paper in his hand. "According to news from within the Resistance, they have received a response from Cavituous, and they are currently creating a new statue." "A new statue?" John Cotman unfolded the piece of paper and quickly scanned it. He then turned his head to look into the jungle-like interior of Blue Mountain Island and pondered for a moment. Search for any abnormalities in the archipelago's waters. He confirmed one thing from the intelligence. The mysterious person who had taken away the characteristic left behind by Cavituous hadn't left the waters of the Rörsted archipelago. This could be accurately determined from the fact that the other party could disguise himself as Cavituous's response to his believers. At the same time, John Cotman knew very well that the beyonder characteristic left behind by Cavituous, who had gone completely mad before his death, would definitely have serious negative effects, regardless of whether it formed a real item or not. It would definitely cause abnormalities in the surrounding area. And he believed that it wouldn't be easy for the mysterious person to find the correct seal method. Even if he found it, he wouldn't be able to control himself when responding to a prayer, exposing the problem. This was a clue. Yes, Your Excellency. May the storm be with you. The mandated Punisher bowed again. After entering Biome City, Klein removed his faceless powers when no one was paying attention and returned to the Wind of Azure Inn by carriage. As soon as he opened the door and entered, he saw Doniz sitting in front of the radio transceiver with a strange and solemn expression. Any results? Klein asked in a deep voice. No. Doniz raised his right palm and waved the newspaper in his hand. My bounty has been raised to 5,500 pounds. This was catching up to Steelmavady. This made it so that he didn't dare to go out to relax and drink. All he could do was stay in his room and listen for signals. This rate of appreciation is really tempting. Klein was momentarily at a loss as to what expression to show in response. He could only say expressionlessly, "This is only the beginning. Mr. 10,000 pounds. Dogsh *t. Doniz cursed inwardly, but he didn't dare show any disrespect on his face. Those things were all done by the German sparrow. How did my bounty increase? Those sons of B** cheese from the kingdom of the Church of the Storm's military. He forced a smile and shook his head, his facial muscles somewhat distorted. Klein held back his laughter and ignored him. He returned to his bedroom and prepared to catch up on his sleep. At that moment, he saw a letter suddenly appear. It floated down from midair and landed right in front of him. Klein raised his right hand and grabbed the letter. This time, the messenger didn't even show his face and left just like that? Klein sked and casually opened the letter to read. There are two ways to obtain a messenger. One is to think of an accurate description, hold a ritual, summon the corresponding spirit world creature, and sign a dead soul contract with it. The other is to directly enter the spirit world and find the messenger you wish to obtain. After obtaining its consent, sign a contract with it and record the precise description for future use. The first method is relatively simple, but it's rather dangerous. This is because the description might be a powerful spirit world creature or a strange, evil spirit. Every time you summon it, you won't be able to be completely sure what you will attract. And this is a risk that divination can't avoid in advance. The danger of the second method is that it's not easy to find a suitable messenger, and there's the risk of getting lost in the spirit world. Unless you are a traveler, I don't recommend the second method. For the first method, I can provide some tested descriptions. As long as the process is accurate, the risk is relatively low, but it might not be something you'll be satisfied with. In addition, the contract requires the power of the dead soul domain. You can use my copper whistle to provide it. The format includes the following paragraphs. Of course, if you don't mind, I can give you a messenger and let it sign a contract with you. Give it to me? It's no wonder that messenger didn't even dare show his face. Klein thought in enlightenment. Considering how he had taken a messenger as a guard and was unfortunately killed by Mr. A, resulting in messengers becoming more and more impolite to him, he first declined the goodwill of giving it to him. Should I use the first method or the second method? The first method is easy to get into trouble. I might be beaten up on the spot by the summoned reserve messenger. The commonly used description isn't special enough, and the messenger's abilities are worrisome. The second method? I'm not afraid of getting lost. I can directly return above the gray fog, and in my spirit-body state, I can use the sea god scepter. The spirit world creature isn't afraid of having its blood drained. Yes, I have to do it outside the archipelago, otherwise I'll be troubled by the prayers. Klein quickly made up his mind. P.S. It's the end of the month. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 565. With this thought in mind, Klein immediately planned on doing some preparatory work. That was to explore the spirit world and choose a suitable target to become a messenger. Once he left the Rørsted archipelago and the surrounding waters, he would bring the sea god's scepter over to reason with the target and convince them to become his messenger. Once I get lost or encounter a dangerous situation, I'll immediately end the summoning and return above the gray fog. There's basically no risk in doing so. Klein thought for a few seconds, locked the door, and began the ritual to summon himself. At the end of the ritual, he quickly went above the gray fog, but he wasn't in a hurry to respond. Instead, he sat down and let the sea god's scepter fly out from the junk pile and land in his palm. He planned on routinely scanning through the prayers of the believers to see if there was anything he needed to respond to. During this process, Klein discovered that some of the prayers were actually quite interesting. This was because humans could deceive their friends and relatives, but it was very difficult for them to keep their truest thoughts when confessing or praying to a deity. At most, they could make some embellishments to make them look less bad. A mixed blood who had entered the middle ranks of the Byam Police Department was clearly inclined to convert to the Lord of Storms, but during his confession, he tried his best to describe his actions as a plan to endure humiliation. For the sake of a better future for his local bloodline, he could only repent to the deity in pain, hoping that he would bless him and use his identity as a believer of the Lord of Storms to climb higher in the police system. Although his words didn't sound flawed, the fluctuations in his thoughts and emotions during his confession were clearly presented in the prayer scene. It was a feeling that couldn't be concealed. While deceiving himself, I'm also trying to deceive a deity. If it were a sea serpent like Cavituous without much intelligence, he might have believed it. Should I give him a bolt of lightning or 10 wind blades? Yes, a mixed blood who can climb to the position of a high-ranking inspector is pretty good. I'll keep him. A snitch has its uses. Klein raised the sea god's scepter, making one of the blue gems glow. The light entered the scene and invisibly soaked the high-ranking inspector named Belia. This wasn't a curse, nor was it an influence. It was a mark at the level of godhood, and it was almost impossible for others to discover it. To put it simply, it's a one-sided special attention. Klein silently added in his heart. He continued browsing and saw a bronze-skinned young believer with slightly curly hair praying to the gods to let a man named Zhang Mu be caught in a storm and buried in the ocean. On the surface, the reason was that the other party was not pious enough, but the real thought in his heart was that they were both fishermen, but Zhang Mu's harvest was always greater than his. What kind of nonsense is this? The human heart is really hard to fathom. Klein frowned at first and muttered to himself silently. Then, he had a vague idea. To truly act as a faceless, not only must there be no loopholes in his appearance, habits, and other aspects, he must also maintain the basic consistency of his personality. He can't make too many changes, and when it comes to personality, everyone is different. There are certain differences. By browsing through the prayers of my believers, it's as if I don't have to go through so much trouble to see different personalities and different psychological states. The faces of thousands of people doesn't just refer to looks. This will be very important for my subsequent acting as a faceless. It can save me time accumulating experience. Klein increasingly felt that acting as sea god would be of great help to him. When you really act as a demigod, even if you don't receive any feedback, you will definitely gain quite a bit. This is an experience of a high-level state. Klein's mind jolted as he browsed through the prayer scenes in a less perfunctory manner. The scenes flashed by quickly, and his gaze stopped on a merchant named Ralph. This merchant praised the miracle of sea God's reappearance and expressed that he would donate a third of his wealth, which was worth £20,000, to the resistance. Half of it would be used for military expenses, and the other half would be used to rebuild the god statue. Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I can just make a sacrifice, Klein muttered half-jokingly. He thought for a moment and conjured the background of the coexistence of waves and storms, heavy rain and lightning. He replied in a deep voice, helping your compatriots and companions is to praise my name. Those young lambs need help, food, and education. He planned on getting Ralph to use his £20,000 to set up a charity fund and seek donations from society to make up for the damage and build consensus. Under the pretext of helping the rule, he would provide food, clothing, and education to the children of local descent. As for the resistance's military expenses, Klein knew very well that in this world with beyonder powers, it would be very difficult to succeed just by relying on the resistance of the local people in the colonies. Therefore, he had to rely on the help of Fasak, Intis, and other foreign countries, and providing funds was undoubtedly a part of the help. Unfortunately, I can't add to the 10 Commandments to boldly freeload for funds. This would damage the image of Sea God. The resistance shouldn't always think about annihilating the garrisons. They should focus on destroying the transportation infrastructure and making it more difficult for the Governor-General's office to rule, so as to facilitate negotiations. As a keyboard warrior, Klein didn't lack ideas in such matters. He quickly reined in his wandering thoughts and did a divination on whether it would be dangerous to explore the spirit world today. After receiving the revelation that it wasn't considered dangerous, Klein put on the Dark Emperor card, naturally changed his appearance, and stepped into the door of summoning. After entering the real world, he stuffed the few mystical items he needed into his body as a precaution. Then, just like the last time, he used cogitation to sense the spirit world. Taking a step forward and passing through an invisible curtain, Klein floated up in an illusory manner. Around him, red, yellow, blue, green, and other colors were superimposed, like the most abstract oil painting. The concepts of up, down, left, and right that belonged to humans were no longer applicable here. If one were to use a similar method to determine direction and location, they would definitely get lost. Klein carefully and casually wandered around. Sometimes, he could see a yellow sun that resembled a child's sketch. At other times, he would brush past a river that flowed quietly but didn't have any substance. There was also a flat woman with a bare upper body, a moon with a smiling face, a canoe with its head and tail up, a messy ball of string, and a serpentine staircase that led to 7 pure beams of light. In this extremely chaotic world, other than spirit world creatures, all kinds of information existed in the form of abstract symbols. Therefore, divination could only give him a revelation that needed to be interpreted by himself, and those symbols could come to life and become incorporeal monsters. This was the spirit world that couldn't be understood or viewed with human common sense. What left him puzzled was another problem. The last time he entered, he had easily discovered spirit world creatures. He had sensed a hair-raising gaze coming from an unknown location. He had easily encountered a headless woman with 4 heads, round eyes with distinct black and white, and a gigantic jellyfish with skull-like tentacles. But this time, he didn't see a single spirit world creature after wandering around for a while. Even the indescribable figures in the distance had disappeared, as though they had hidden themselves. It can't be because they're afraid of being my messenger, right? I'm entering the spirit world directly as a soul body. Perhaps my thoughts will appear invisibly due to the uniqueness of this place, turning into hidden symbols and thus interacting with the spirit world, naturally affecting my path choice? Klein thought in puzzlement, but he couldn't figure out the reason. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind as his body suddenly sank and began free falling. After falling for a while, all Klein could see were clearly stacked colors and all kinds of corporeal symbols. What's going on? He began considering if he should write a letter to ask Mr. Aztec, or if he should throw the radio transceiver above the gray fog and taint it with his aura to contact Rhodes. As he floated, Klein's heart suddenly stirred as he dodged to the side. A smear of yellow and green flashed in front of his eyes as a foot that was so huge that it could flatten him landed, stepping into the intersecting red and blue colors. Above the foot was a festering leg that was flowing with yellowish-green liquid. It was more than 3 meters long, and further up was a massive body wrapped in corpse oil bandages. Amidst the aura that seemed to freeze the surroundings, the 2 legs that were flowing with yellowish-green pus rose up one after another. With an indiscernible body, it quickly disappeared into the depths of the spirit world. Klein stood a distance away, not daring to make a sound. Finally, after confirming that he was fine, he gritted his teeth and thought, "The spirit world sure is terrifying. If I'm not careful, I'll encounter a powerhouse passing by." A powerhouse among the spirit world creatures? Klein shook his head and continued his search. At that moment, he had no idea which part of the spirit world he had wandered to. After drifting for a while, he finally found traces of spirit world creatures. Just as he was about to change from flying forward to landing left, he was surprised to discover that his body continued moving forward uncontrollably. Furthermore, it was getting faster and faster. In front of him, the messy stacked colors and the grayish-white fog suddenly split apart. A gigantic 3-masted sailboat covered in pure black leaped in. The ship was nearly 100 meters long, and 3 pitch-black sails hung high like a flag. There were cannons on its left and right sides, and there were all kinds of sailors running around on the deck. All of this looked so real and realistic, completely at odds with the overall situation in the spirit world. But as the ship completely entered the spirit world, its blackness rapidly thickened and was tainted with an illusory feeling. On its deck, there was a mottled stone chair that was 2 to 3 meters tall with its back facing the cabin. Sitting on the chair was a behemoth that was comparable to an ancient giant. He had a black beard that just reached his neck, and he wore a tall crown with a steeple on his head. He wore a gorgeous black robe with silver edges, and the lines on his face were hard and deep. He was filled with dignity, making one subconsciously want to lower their heads. Below the slightly wrinkled broad forehead, above the high nose bridge, 2 dark red eyes flowed with a dark red light, reflecting Klein, who was wearing black full-body armor and a pitch-black crown. As for Klein, he found it difficult to stop and slow down as he flew towards him. Their gazes met amid the layers of colors and various symbols in the spirit world before Klein disappeared. The giant on the mottled stone chair didn't retract his gaze as he continued looking in that direction in silence for a long time. P.S. It's the last 2 days of 2018. Seeking monthly votes, please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version website.